Islands that is needed in order to construct a K-12 school and also a hurricane shelter on St. John. This proposed land exchange of the national park-owned parcel in Estate Katzenberg and of the government-owned Whistling Key has been a polarizing issue across the entire territory. It is a historically emotional, political, and social issue that has dominated our airwaves since being announced by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. I anticipate a robust discussion on this topic where we have a full house here and also a diverse array of testifiers who are expected to present all sides of the issue. I also thank the more than 20 people who responded to the call for public comments and submitted their statements, both for and against the proposed exchange, to be a part of the public record. All of these documents can be found on the legislative website. Today, the Virgin Islands government will be represented by Dr. Dion Wells-Hendrington, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, who will be joined by the Commissioner nominee, Lisa Alejandro of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Sean Krieger, Director of State Historic Preservation's Office, who's representing DPNR Commissioner J.P. Oriole. Also supported by the Virgin Islands Department of Education, architect Chanel Calwood, and St. John Administrator Shakim Jones-Sproul. In preparing for today's Committee of the Whole, yesterday my colleagues and I visited both Whistling Cay and Estate Katzenberg to gain a better understanding of the properties involved. It was a very educational site visit, and I thank all of our guides from the National Park Service and St. John Administrator Jones-Sproul for their assistance. This land exchange is a complicated issue, which is heightened by the age-old issues that have primarily affected St. Johnians, and I ask all present to be respectful and considerate of the opinions that will be heard here today. Let me remind you that there is no vote taken in the Committee of the Whole, and this matter will be voted upon at the legislative session, which is scheduled for July the 20th, 2023. I'm charging everyone today to remember that the outcomes of the future action will be ultimately impact the children of St. John. At this time, I'd like for everyone to either turn your cell phone and off or in silent as not to interrupt today's meeting, and ask the Madam Clerk to call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, present. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, present. Mr. President, 13 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. President.
You may proceed and read those correspondence.
July 10th, 2023, the Honorable Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee of the Whole, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear President Francis Jr., due to travel out of the territory, I am unable to attend the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for 3 p.m. on Tuesday, July 11th, 2023, on the island of St. John. Please accept this letter as a formal notice of my absence. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Javon E. James Sr. as excused. Senator Johnson, are you in St. Croix? Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The 35th Legislature will convene in a committee of the whole hearing to receive testimony on the following bill. BR 23-0590, an act approving the conveyance by the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to the United States of America, Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service of tract number 02-101, Whistling Island, aka Whistling Key, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior, National Park Services, conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of tract number 01-137A, Catherineburg, Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directing the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange into the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, EDD, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Dr. Olasi Davis, Extension Specialist, Natural Resources, UVI, the Honorable Armando Rocky Liburd, former Senator, St. John resident, Clarence Stevenson, St. John resident, Lorelei Monsanto, St. John resident, community activist, Julian Harley, St. John resident, David Silverman, Coral Bay resident, Russell Christopher, St. John resident, Ida Smith, St. John resident, Dr. Hadia Sewer, president, co-founder of St. John Co., the St. John Heritage Collective. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Very well, Madam Clerk. There was also some additional testifiers. I don't know if those were listed. I know Ms.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Very well. I know Ms. Yvonne Wells as well as Carmen Wesselhoff also added it to the agenda as testifiers. So they'll come up at the appropriate time, and any other testifiers will certainly get. And testimony was submitted. Yes, yes. Point of inquiry, Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I know I just heard the list of testifiers. Just wanted to be sure that no one from the tax assessor's office will be with us online, and if not, if at least someone from property and procurement might be able to answer any question as it pertains to property taxes.
At the appropriate time, Senator, once your question is raised, we'll determine whether or not the invited testifiers could answer the question. If not, certainly we'll make sure that they are able to then get the response that's required or get the information back to us. But no one from the Lieutenant Governor's office was actually invited. So point of inquiry, Senator Francis Heidegger.
We note that no one from the national park. Is there a reason for that? Are you aware why they're not here in attendance or testifying?
Yes, as we discussed yesterday, Senator, the park was invited to be here. However, a testimony was submitted by the park superintendent, and for these hearings, traditionally, the federal official don't appear to these hearings and have to go through congressional requests for such appearance. So hence, testimony was submitted by Mr. Nigel Fields that will be made a part of today's record. However, no one will be here to actually respond to any questions from the Park Service.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It concerns me that there will be no one from the Park Service simply because, as I note, the acreage for the appraisals that were done by the Park Service says 17.97 acres. However, the acreage that's noted from the VI government is 14. So I hope at some point today we can get that cleared up.
Yeah, I think both the Commissioner of Education will be able to answer that, as well as the Commissioner of Property and Procurement, Senator. And, that was discussed at length yesterday as well in terms of the exact acreage that would be made available. To answer without even hearing your question, 3 of the acres continue to remain with the Park Service over at Catherineburg. Um, you know, so that's the reason why the difference of acreage may appear 14 versus 7. And that will be part of the testimony that will be presented by both the commissioner as well as the testimony that will be read into the record from the National Park Service, Mr. Nigel Fields.
Thank you.
Hearing no further, you're welcome, Senator. Hearing no further point of inquiry, Senator Capehart.
The chair, I also wanted to inquire. I see Mr. Krieger from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources here, who would be able to answer questions as it pertains to the historic buildings. But I was wondering if we would have someone from environmental enforcement, since we won't have anyone here from the National Park Service to talk about the waterways and enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well, Mr. Krieger, would you like to respond to that at this time? I know that you're representing Commissioner J.P. Oriel. Please recognize the mic of Mr. Krieger.
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon. Our director, Sean L. Krieger, Director, Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer, DPNR. Thank you, Senator. The department has Mr. Forbes, our Director of Enforcement. He is monitoring the meeting. But if you would like for him to be a part of the meeting, that request could be made that he could actually attend remotely. But at this time, he is monitoring the hearing as it exists.
Very well. We'll ask the director again. We'll have my office contact the Director of Enforcement, Mr. Forbes. In the meantime, if he's listening, please make yourself available to be able to respond as well. Welcome to our students, people of St. Croix, our children. Welcome.
Point of inquiry again. I think I need clarification, Mr. President.
Point of inquiry, Senator Gregory.
Yeah, you answered my question, but I realize that I'm still at a loss. So, and of course, I was not engaged in that conversation yesterday. So the issue here is at Catherineburg. What's the acreage in Catherineburg?
But 17 acres have been gleaned from the initial discussion, Senator. However, the agreement speaks to the 14 acres.
Okay, so Whistling Key, based on the government's appraisal, is 14 acres. So I'm speaking specifically to Whistling Key. But the federal government assessment is 17.97. You understand?
Senator, let's get the testimony on the record, and at the appropriate time I'll come back to you once the testimony is put on the record, and then we could be able to decipher the acreage, and then we'll make sure that the appropriate person will be prepared to respond to that, be it the Commissioner of Education or the Commissioner of Property, Commissioner nominee of Property and Procurement.
Fair enough. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. At this time, let's go to the testifiers to do a sound check, and then we'll go into the testimony, and we'll start from my right to the left, and we'll start with you, Commissioner Alejandro.
Good afternoon, Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner nominee of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Department of Education.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shaniel Callwood, Architect, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Sean L. Krieger, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon.
Administrator.
Good afternoon. Welcome all to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. I also want to welcome a small group of Girls and Boys Club here with us this afternoon. Welcome, students. And at this time, Commissioner Deanne Wells-Hedrington, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Noel E. Francis, President of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers, members of the Land Exchange Task Force, St. John community, and to the viewing and listening audience. I am Dr. Deanne Wells-Hedrington, Commissioner of the Department of Education. I appear before you accompanied this afternoon by St. John Administrator Shakima Jones-Sproul, Chanel Calwood, Architect for the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Commissioner Nominee of Property and Procurement, Ms. Lisa Alejandro, and Director Sean L. Krieger on behalf of Commissioner John Pierre L. Oriol of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We are here today to further educational opportunities for the St. John students and for the first time to move the students of St. John to the head of the class. The legislation before us today is nothing short of historic, with the convergence of funding, availability of property, and overwhelming desire by parents, students, residents, and community leaders to see a modern pre-K to 12 school facility be constructed on the island of St. John. Without exaggeration, it has been over 50 years of setbacks and obstacles to having a full grade range school on the island of St. John. We are today presented, by this unique opportunity to improve our children's education experience on the heels of decades of advocating and tireless work, spanning numerous Virgin Islands administrations and legislatures, and requiring leadership and support from public officials across the nation. The basis for considering the construction of the new school facility on St. John began with the adverse impact on students living on St. John, commuting daily, utilizing multiple forms of transportation, leaving their homes in the darkness and crossing the sea to St. Thomas to achieve a basic secondary education. Every school day, boys and girls take a bus to the ferry dock in Cruz Bay, take the 7 a.m. ferry to Red Hook, walk from the ferry dock to Ivana Udoracan High School for classes. At the end of the day, they repeat this journey, but in reverse. This is the responsibility placed on their young shoulders, rain or shine. St. John students have suffered from lost exposure to extracurricular activities, difficulty in parental involvement at school, episodes of tardiness and absenteeism, and most concerning, the loss of interest for many in even completing their high school education, achieving their diploma, or moving forward into higher education. The St. Johnian High School students have never had equity, with their fellow high schoolers from St. Thomas and St. Croix. Over the years, many St. Johnian children have chosen to migrate to the island of St. Thomas or even the US mainland to avoid the daily grind that is required of them if they continue to reside on St. John. In 1934, when the highest learning grade in St. John was 6th grade, Mr. Guy Benjamin took it upon himself to find housing for students on St. Thomas that would be continuing their educational pursuits, a practice that continues today for some students. In 1936, Julius Ebenezer Sprouse Sr. began his lifelong fight for equal education for St. John students. As a member of the first municipal council in 1937, through to the first Virgin Islands legislature in 1954, he focused on improving living conditions on St. John and fostered laws that authorized special scholarships for St. Johnian students that traveled to St. Thomas for their education. When the stars align, you are left with a moment worth remembering. Senators, that historic moment is now, and we must not let it slip from our hands. Looking back 50 years ago, St. John was a much different place. The roads were rough at best. Basic supplies, such as bread, canned goods, and frozen meat might be found in Cruz Bay. But St. Johnians did most of their provisioning by ferry across to St. Thomas. Canoe Bay was a quiet resort, often cited as a place for newlyweds and retirees. The primary nightlife was a small bar run by Duke Ellington at Gallows Point. Today, St. John is a bustling hub of activity filled with beautiful shops that carry cultural, artistic, handcrafted items. Waterside restaurants line the harbor, serving local fish dish and soothing jazz and hip hop bands, and boasts about the St. John celebration, which is more intimate than any other local festival and has wonderful cultural flavor of its own. While the island socially has moved forward with the times, the educational opportunities for residents have yet to advance. In 2012, a letter from the Assistant Secretary of Interior, Anthony Barbuda, requesting the exchange of the Columbus landing site at Salt River St. Croix, Government of the Virgin Islands property, for the St. John Estate Catherineburg National Park Service property to construct a St. John school, spurred considerable discussion and research into equitable properties for exchange. The Government of the Virgin Islands and the National Park Service have concurrent jurisdiction over the Salt River site, and it was deemed politically untenable to exchange property on St. Croix for a St. John specific need. After extensive research by the GVI on all properties, all other properties on St. John for consideration include the Mingo Cay, Congo Cay, Carver Rock, Perkins Cay, Cinnamon Cay, Whistling Cay, Watermelon Cay, and Bobby Rock. Whistling Cay was determined to be the most viable property for exchange with the National Park Service. For the GVI, Whistling Cay already lies completely within the Virgin Islands National Park boundaries, west of Mary Point Peninsula in Maho Bay Quarter. It is underdeveloped tropical forest with no formalized access and one historic structure known as the Customs House, recorded in the Historic American Building Survey as HABS VI-87. It is zoned P public, and it is presently designated a wildlife sanctuary for the protection of various animal and plant species, and is therefore not subject to development. For the National Park Service, the Catherineburg property was donated to them in 1968 by the Bishop family. This property has a history of 18th and 19th century sugar production with an animal mill, ox pounds, animal pens, factory and cure house, rum still, and a village for enslaved laborers. The windmill at Catherineburg was constructed between 1800 and 1826. Under the exchange, Whistling Cay will remain undeveloped and under preservation by the National Park Service, with no changes in the current use, water and fishing rights or management strategy. It is important that I make it clear, and I'm making it as clear as I can this afternoon. No water rights, boat access, or fishing rights are being exchanged or forfeited by the government of the Virgin Islands in this transaction. Whistling Key already sits within the National Park Service waters, as it has since the creation of the national park. The real property exchange in no way affects water ownership or changes to uses, policies, or practices within the surrounding waters. Non-commercial fishing and subsistence harvesting have been and will remain allowed and unaffected by the land exchange. Those policies and practices for fishing and water use were congressionally authorized under 36 CFR Chapter 1, Parts 1 to 7, and may be found in the National Park Service compendium located online at www.nps.gov. Whatever rights you have today in navigating the waters around Whistling Key will not change. And this is a land exchange, not a water exchange. Under the exchange, Estate Catherineburg will have its cultural resources, cultural landscape, and historical buildings and structures surveyed, and will have an interpretation plan developed by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources State Historic Preservation Office, SHPO. The SHPO has already received a funding award from the Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs to begin this work. Within 5 years of the exchange being executed, the property will be listed in the National Register of Historic Places and held in trust under the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas. It is fully anticipated that the unique history of Estate Catherineburg property and its cultural value will be incorporated into the new Julius E. Sprouse School Pre-K to 12 school for the mutual benefit of the students and community members. Based on the appraisals conducted, there's an additional $210,000 to be made payable to the government of the Virgin Islands upon closing to establish an even exchange of value. The legislation before this body requests that those funding be appropriated to the St. John Capital Improvement Fund exclusively for capital improvement projects on the island of St. John. The children of St. Croix have choice of 2 different public high schools, each with unique traditions and school spirit. The children of St. Thomas also have choice of 2 public high schools with distinguished histories and campus culture. The children of St. John have no such choice. The Sprouse School Pre-K to 12 school will be a unique opportunity for the members or the students of St. John and St. Thomas as well to attend school in the natural and cultural environments of the national park. The facility will consist of 5 buildings centered on the watershed feature, which will be developed to highlight the natural environment in which it is being built. The buildings will have a series of walkways allowing easy campus access. Sustainability features will be incorporated into the construction to include photovoltaic and rainwater collections, adding an environmentally responsible element to the school. The convenient location of the Estate Catherineburg property allows the positioning of a school accessible to both primary town centers of Cruz Bay and Coral Bay. The Department of Education is particularly excited by the opportunity to establish the Sprout Pre-K to 12 as a magnet school. There's a wonderful potential to offer a magnet program with specialized focus on fine arts and music. We are also interested in exploring the development of an environmental engineering and science program in conjunction with the national park. The proper design of a modern campus with the necessary ancillary supports would greatly facilitate the development of these programs, thereby offering unique academic opportunities for the children of both St. Thomas and St. John. For the community, this facility will serve the people of St. John not only as a school, but it will also provide a hurricane shelter, a meeting space for public assemblies, and provide athletic facilities for various sporting events. The Adrian Senior Center is currently the only hurricane shelter on the island of St. John and has a maximum capacity of 15 individuals. The gymnasium of the new Sprout Pre-K to 12 is being designed to serve as a hardened hurricane shelter during emergencies and will be able to comfortably house over 100 individuals. During its normal operations, that gymnasium will provide St. John with opportunity to host indoor sporting competitions, including basketball, volleyball, gymnastics, and badminton, to name a few. The school will also include an auditorium that would allow for large indoor assemblies within air-conditioned comfort. These can include concerts, community meetings, and of course, our school programs. Following the 2 Category 5 hurricanes of 2017, a temporary modular campus was built on the adjacent field, Winston Wells Ball Field, to the Julius E. Sprout School in Cruz Bay. Through the Office of Disaster Recovery, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has authorization to FEMA disaster public assistance funds to replace the school to meet current and future demands. It is important to note that we are not merely designing a school to replace what was there, but to accommodate St. John's population and needs at least 40 years from now. The Virgin Islands Department of Education established the new construction advisory board, new school construction advisory board, to provide recommendations for future capital needs of the VI public schools, including Sprout School. The Virgin Islands Department of Education embarked on an 18-month planning process that included 26 meetings, 5 community meetings, public meetings on the plan held virtually due to COVID, which included a meeting with the members of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Brian Roach administration approved the facilities master plan in June 2020. It included the development of industry standards with local members and national leaders of the American Institute of Architects that FEMA approved. To ensure that the community had input in the design of this new school, we hosted 2 charrettes with the community. Those were held at this same legislative hall on October 16th, 2019 and February 4th, 2020. Based on those recommendations and programming requirements for this new space, we created a schematic design for the estate Catherineburg parcel. Currently, 30% of the design is completed, which are the bridging documents. We are in the midst of negotiating the FEMA fixed cost offer, running concurrently with the property acquisition. Once the exchange is finalized, we can solicit the design build firm to complete the design and construct the new school. This will be a historic moment for the community and for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Upon completion of this new school campus, it will be the largest investment in the public infrastructure on the island of St. John ever. After the new school, Sprout School Pre-K to 12 has been built and opened on the land of Estate Catherineburg St. John, the Cruise Bay campus buildings will be removed and the property repurposed for suitable public-private development with the proceeds earmarked for exclusive use by the Virgin Islands Department of Education to maintain the new Sprout School Pre-K to 12. The property could also house a government office complex and allow for the consolidation of local government services in Cruise Bay. Based on the recent public meetings held in St. John, several proposals have been presented to the community as options for future development, including removing the field from the downtown area. Julius E. Sprout School, nonetheless, has outgrown the downtown area, and the expansion is necessary so that for the first time, our children and the families will have choice, which has been long overdue. Under federal law, 54 USC section 102-901, the National Park Service has no legal authority to donate or sell to the Virgin Islands government or anyone. The Secretary of Interior is authorized to exchange lands within the national parks in that same statute. The federal land must be approximately equal in value to the exchange land being considered. Whistling Key and Estate Catherineburg have similar property values. For the exchange of real property, the National Park Service and GVI must demonstrate through appraisals that the properties are similar in value. And if one value is appraised higher than the other, cash may be added to equalize the values, as was done in this instance. The acreage of each property is not as significant as the value equalization and other issues which affect the difference in values are the developmental rights or restrictions on the properties. As a practical matter, Whistling Key has little anticipated future value beyond its current use. It should be noted that in the 1980s, Whistling Key was designated by NOAA and DPNR as a wildlife protected sanctuary and regulated under 12 VI Code 106 as non-developable. The government of the Virgin Islands has no plans or intentions to ever develop that property. On the other hand, the Estate Catherineburg property contains buildable acreage that will facilitate infrastructure development that could easily approach $100 million in built value. We are exchanging a piece of property that cannot be developed with limited access for a centrally located property with striking natural settings in a beautiful historic environment that will be developed into a modern school campus in which to teach our children. Regarding a lease, the GBI is not asking the National Park Service for a lease. The FEMA disaster funds cannot be used to build a new school on leased property. And 36 CFR Part 18 renders vacant land, such as the land not associated with a building for lease, to be ineligible for consideration of leasing by the National Park Service under federal law. as it relates to questions regarding the 1917 convention between the United States and the ownership of Whistling Key. The treaty ceded property to the United States of America, not the inhabitants of the Virgin Islands, and current title commitment states that fee simple title for Whistling Key, track 02-101, is vested in the government of the Virgin Islands by virtue of the revised Organic Act of 1954. As it relates to the deed for the estate Catherineburg property, fee simple title is vested in the United States of America pursuant to the deed dated October 3rd, 1968 from Ethel May Bishop, which was conveyed with clauses for exceptions to future use of the parcel, which restrict the development of topographical changes, except as may be approved in writing by the Secretary of Interior or his authorized representative. The deed provided rights to Ethel Bishop for the continued limited use of the land for the remainder of her life. The deed does not express any use or benefit to any other entity. Over the past 50 years, through at least 2 generations of St. Johnian families, through 7 elected governors, 5 delegates to Congress, 26 sitting legislatures of the Virgin Islands, we have pursued the issue of how to expand educational opportunities for the island of St. John. The logistical challenges for secondary education for residents of St. John are deterring students from fully pursuing their pre-K to 12 education to the greatest extent possible. Many distractions already derail students on their way to achieving a high school diploma. This frankly does not need to be one. It is time that we make our children a #1 priority. Our children, our future, deserve this opportunity. A delay in this process means a delay in making the dream for the children of St. John a reality. We must ensure that we are not campaigning on the backs of our children and letting a few individuals today decide for the many children of the future. Our St. John children deserve, again, our children of St. John deserve. They deserve the opportunity, the best opportunities that they can receive. And that begins with a quality education equal to that of every other student in these Virgin Islands. The decision you make today is not for us. It's not for us. It is specifically for the students of the future. Every day counts. And going back to the drawing board means starting from scratch, impacting the realization of this vision for St. John. Senators, the stars are finally aligned, and I'm a witness. I'm a witness. I was a student, a parent, an educator, an assistant principal, a principal, an insular superintendent, a chief operations officer, and now the commissioner. The funding is in place. The property is available. The need is overwhelming. And the opportunity to create this historic moment is upon us. With your favorable approval of this legislation today, we can create history together that ensures that this will be the last generation of St. Johnian children to endure these challenges. I'm asking you to look at the faces of those students. Unless you walk the walk, you don't know it. This is the first time that the stars have aligned. And I've sat on every committee for the past 30 years. And this is the first time I can with confidence say that a new school is a reality for the children of St. John. Our future. So my team and I, we stand ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Honorable Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wells Hendrington, for that riveting testimony. At this time, let me just go through a little bit of rules of engagement. Certainly, we have heard from the government team. It's my understanding that no one else from the panel at this time will be testifying, and they're just here to respond to questions.
Great.
We also have a correspondence from the National Park Service, Superintendent Nigel Fields, that will be read into the record. And then what I'll do is open up for a round of 4 minutes from my colleagues. I initially said 5, the bulk is, but in light of the amount of testimony that we'll be hearing here this evening, I'll yield to 4, and then certainly we'll bring up the other testifiers. We'll bring them up in 2 groups because we have a significant amount of people that have certainly signed up to give testimony, and we want to hear from them all. So we'll break that down into 2 groups. But again, the rules of engagement is we'll complete this round. I'll allow for the reading of the testimony from the superintendent of the Park Service, and then I'll open up for a 4-minute round. And we also have been joined by Senator Franklin D. Johnson on St. Croix. Senator, good afternoon. Welcome. Okay, objection is so noted. We'll discuss perhaps modifying that a little bit more if necessary, but I also would not I have to take this opportunity to recognize at least our former Senate President and Senator as well, Armando Rocky Liebert, Senator at Large. Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for being here. I know that this is certainly a passionate subject for you as well. I see Mr. Julian Harley, former administrator, in the audience as well, and just a whole lot of dignitaries here today. Some of them we'll be hearing from, as we go forward. So I just want to welcome each and every one of you here. Dr. Sproul, thank you for being here. Good afternoon to you again. Certainly one of our elders in this community, and we appreciate you being here. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read Mr. Fields' testimony into the record. Thank you.
July 11, 2023, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Francis, thank you for your June 28, 2023 correspondence inviting my participation in the upcoming 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee of the Whole hearing on July 11, 2023. Although I am unable to attend in person, I respectfully submit this letter. The background information provided here is based on my experience as Superintendent of Virgin Islands National Park and Virgin Islands Coral Reef National Monument. Virgin Islands National Park, VINP, was established in 1956 and is located on the island of St. John, United States Virgin Islands. The park comprises 7,259 acres of terrestrial and shoreline habitat and 5,650 acres of adjacent submerged lands, offshore underwater habitat, added to the park in 1962 through Public Law 87-750. The purpose of VINP is to preserve and protect for public benefit and inspiration outstanding scenic features, Caribbean tropical marine and terrestrial ecosystems in the natural conditions, and cultural heritage from pre-Columbian through Danish colonial times and the post-colonial period. For over 40 years, the National Park Service, NPS, and the Government of the Virgin Islands, GVI, have discussed the need for a public school on the island of St. John. For at least 20 years, the emphasis has been placed on a possible exchange of lands to offer a suitable location on St. John. Today, the Julius E. Sprouse School is the only public kindergarten through 8th grade school on the island. It was severely damaged in 2017 by hurricanes Irma and Maria, with current students being instructed in temporary facilities. Public school students must move to St. Thomas or farther or commute to St. Thomas daily to complete their high school education. 2 decades ago, NPS worked with the GVI to evaluate parklands that could be a suitable location for a school that could be exchanged for other naturally or culturally significant GVI lands. By the end of 2014, with support from the Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs, the GVI and NPS completed an archaeological and cultural survey of the Catherineburg parcel, held public meetings, and displayed a conceptual model of a new school program from the 11-acre site. The planning effort paused for several years while the GVI considered other approaches and alternative locations for a school. Talks with NPS were relaunched in 2019 when the GVI identified the Catherineburg parcel as their top desired location for a new public school. In late 2019, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. formally offered to NPS the 17-acre uninhabited, undeveloped island of Whistling Key for consideration in exchange for the Catherineburg parcel after considering all possible locations to site a school outside of the park boundary. In 2020, a preliminary land exchange agreement was signed by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and then Assistant Secretary of the Department of Interior, Robert Wallace. Under this non-binding agreement, the GVI and NPS provided descriptions of the lands for exchange, cited the legal authorities through which GVI and NPS could execute a land exchange, provided mutually agreeable restricted language on the expected uses of the Catherineburg parcel and Whistling Key, and outlined the critical path forward to complete an environmental evaluation, appraisals, and required regulatory consultations. Under this agreement, Whistling Key, which is currently considered public land under the GVI's jurisdiction, would permanently remain public land through NPS management. Whistling Key within the NPS congressional authorized boundary. NPS would remain a conservation approach to management and interpretation of the resources on and around the island. Access to Whistling Key by all Virgin Islanders and park visitors would remain unchanged. Day use access to swimming, snorkeling, diving, and recreational fishing in the surrounding park waters would remain unchanged. From 2021 through 2022, NPS conducted archaeological surveys, historical research, and appraisals in coordination with the VI Department of Property and Procurement and the VI State of Historical Preservation Office, VISHPO, VI SHIPO. An endangered plant survey was conducted in May 2022, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service concurred with NPS that the exchange was not likely would not likely to adversely affect listed species. During spring 2022, NPS initiated the required National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, process through offering civic engagement on the land exchange. Civic engagement allowed NPS and GVI to share the goals and strategies of the land exchange to solicit public input for a 30-day period before the commencement of more detailed analysis. As per NEPA requirements, an environmental assessment document was released in August 2022, providing an analysis of the impacts of the exchange on cultural resources, adjacent communities, and the visitor experience. Federal territorial agency consultations were described, including informal consultations with the Guanea Taino tribe and the Virgin Islands and the Kalanago tribe of the Virgin Islands. On November 4th, 2022, the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office, Department of Property and Procurement, and the National Park Service signed a memorandum agreement MOA, outlining stipulations to minimize and avoid effects of historic properties. The MOA committed signing agencies to complete the following tasks within a 5-year period. 1, revise the Katharine Jacomdal's Herman Farm Historic District boundaries through an updated National Register nomination based on the research results gained during the land exchange process. 2, develop an interpretation plan for the Katzenberg area that outlines interpretive themes, visitor experience objectives, and social media strategies and actions. And 3, launch a special history study on the ownership and uses of the Katzenberg estate and the Whistling Key, including archival research on enslaved and free persons who live and use these lands. Public commitments on the environmental assessment were solicited for 30 days. Having met all requirements under NEPA by the fall of 2022, a decision document, a finding of no significant impact, was signed by NPS Southeast Regional Director on December 8th, 2022, thus authorizing the NPS to further proceed with subsequent required steps to exchange lands. In December 2022, an amendment to the preliminary land exchange agreement was signed by NPS and GVI to extend the agreement beyond the original 2-year timeframe. From December 2022 through May 2023, the NPS Land Office offered multiple postings of the Notice of Realty Action, NORA, to inform the public of the potential land exchange. Official notices with requests for public comments were posted in high circulation publications and online media outlets such as the Virgin Islands Daily News, the VI Source, and the Virgin Islands Consortium. NPS updated a list of frequently asked questions on the public website to address many common questions and misunderstandings concerning the land exchange. Timely responses to the NORA public comments were provided on the project's public website in April and June 2023. All the enclosed documents have been made available publicly, and the NPS Planning, Environment, and Public Comment, PEPC site holds many of the public documents mentioned. Public engagement is a priority for NPS. Gaining feedback from the public to best inform each step in the process is as important as keeping the public informed and aware. Meaningful public dialogue occurred through radio programs, media interviews, office hours, inside and outside of VINP, meetings with faith leaders, and church gatherings. Together, the Government of the Virgin Islands, the Department of Interior, and NPS completed the collaborative steps to assist the USVI with their goals for education by providing a critical need, buildable land for a new public school. It is important to note that the steps above were activated with a clear sense of urgency to assist the territory as quickly as possible. Upon learning that the Federal Emergency Management Agency was successfully negotiating with the GVI on a funding package for a new school, the NPS aimed to complete required steps swiftly and transparently. We remain committed to the goals expressed in the 2020 preliminary land exchange agreement to work together with the GVI using our respective legal authorities to secure the land needed for a school. As neighbors and collaborators can fulfill the decades-long promise of offering a 21st century pre-K through 12th grade school facility for the youth of St. John. Sincerely, Nigel A. Fields, Superintendent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading that testimony into the record. At this time, we'll ask the media to fire up the short video that has been provided by the Department of Education for viewing at this time.
So there's no voiceover on the video. This is a flyby that was prepared by the DLR group, which is the firm that we solicited the architectural design schematics, which is 30% of the design. We looked at the existing lot and started to create a vision forward of what it could be, what the potential for expansions would be, what we would be able to provide in terms of the feedback that we received during our charrettes here in St. John. And we put together a vision. Now, I am a visual person, so I need to see how it looks. And that was part of why DLR did the flyby, so I could get a perspective. Okay, this is the land. What is the potential? And you will see that we incorporated into the design of course, open spaces, indoor, outdoor spaces for learning. We have the auditorium, which we mentioned that could house community events as well. We do have an indoor gymnasium. We have color inside, neutral color outside, which reduces the cost of us having to paint this whole entire huge structure. We incorporated the natural schematics of where the school will be located to give you that country feel, but still bring a little bit of flavor and modernness to the site. So that's what you're viewing right now. This is 30% of the design that I mentioned that has already been completed for the Katrinburg site by the DLR group. We also make sure that all of the 3 sites that we are doing for new construction would be net zero schools. So you'll see the solar panels on the roofs as well. This area here is the area that where the artifacts are, so we cannot build on top of that structure. But we are exploring some additional things to put on this site. Again, this is only 30%, so it's not completed. There still will be opportunities for input from the community as well as internal stakeholders, and what we really want to see as the vision forward for the new Julius E. Sprouse School, pre-K to 12. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Colleagues, there you have it in terms of the government's presentation and the testimony. At this time, I'll open up the floor for 5 minutes. And Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon. A couple of things before I start. I listened to some of the testimony, and a lot of the questions I had in regards to the national park are not even addressed in that testimony. So I already feel like I'm at a huge disadvantage to really dive in and get a happy balance in making a decision. Some of the questions that I had was in regards to the appraisal price as to, and I'm sure is anybody here that could assist me with that. It had to do with the appraisal price. As we know that appraisals in St. John are astronomical, and you know, the comparative pricing to come up to say that it's almost 10 acres, 11 acres of land is equal to, was it 1.2 million or 1.4? That's the number they came up with. You know, that was a little bit low for me, and I wanted to get a lot more detail into how they came up with that comparison. And the appraisal for Whistling Key, that is now at a different amount. One is 1.4 and one is 1.2. My concern with that is in order to make decisions, that also ties me into realizing the value of land in St. John, because somebody's either giving me a 6 for a 9. Because if we're going to be getting away with, you know, purchasing 1.4 acres, I mean, property that is almost 11 acres for 1,400,000, that is cheap. So then that brings me to think that, you know, we've been overpricing St. John appraisals across the board as a government. So now I'm feeling like there's some kind of fraud involved. But that's just how I'm feeling based on how this is being presented to me today. That's the first thing.
Audience, please yield. This is the
And
senator's
I'm
time.
very much concerned at that aspect of it. I also wanted to know about the intent of the individual that put this property into the national park to be preserved, because you have to look at it from two perspectives. When the Rockefellers donated their 5,000 acres to the national park, they made sure to put a clause in there to say that any attempts to ever try to take out anything out of the park because their goal was for preservation, that you ever attempt to take it out, you have to give it back to us. So they put that clause in there so you guys can never, or anyone could never remove it. But this lady, Miss Bishop, I am trying to speak to the park, but nobody's here to tell me what her intentions was. Because if she also had the intent to put it into the park for preservation, why would we now be going against her wishes? That's another question. And I'm not getting, nobody's here to even explain to me how that happened. I am in 100% of the school for St. John. You know, I ran for public office 5 times and I finally got elected on the 5th try. And one of the things that was always discussed had to do with St. John, and it almost was like a political football that people could just throw around campaign time.
1 minute.
And my concern today is, yes, I want the school, but I want to make sure the procedure is correct. We also have a law in the books that says you cannot sell the shorelines of the Virgin Islands. So that's another concern. Now, we got our opinion saying that as legislators, the same way we created the law, we could change it. But then what does that do for us? Because the whole purpose was for preservation.
30 seconds.
So if we're going to now potentially change the law just for one project to go through, what stops us when that rich developer wants it too? Are we going to just change it for them? So for me, a lot of my questions, I needed the national park to be here to help me out, because those are some of the critical issues that I'm concerned with. I want our children to get a school. You think I like them having to be catching the boat? I mean, I think this should have been dealt with 40, 50 years ago. But at the same time, I have to look at things from a perspective of us doing what's right and how we do it. Just let me wrap up quickly. 1 second. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
You may wrap up.
I appreciate it. And I will sometimes tantum out things to something simple. I might wake up one day and my mother say to me, well, I shouldn't do that because she did die of cancer. Someone has a relative that says, my parent is sick and the doctor said I need $100,000 in order to have surgery. Is it, our intention is great, but is it right to go into a bank and rob for that 100,000? Even though our intention is to save our parent, but what is right and what is wrong is wrong. That's what I need a lot of clarity on. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time. And I'll see, based on additional testimony, how this pans out for me.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Next, we'll go to Senator Gittins. You recognized for your point of inquiry or information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason for my point of information or point of inquiry is after I heard from the first speaker, that's why I asked for the initial point of inquiry with regards to the tax assessor's office. However, the speaker just now made a good point of the National Park Service. Now, I too am concerned because yesterday, while we had a very informative and educative session all day yesterday, a lot of the questions weren't answered, and we were told that they will be answered today by the Park Service. So just before going forward, I would like to know if anyone can give us information on the inventory of property that the National Park Service has here in the Island District of St. John. Just going around until it gets to me, because that is critical for me to make a decision going forward as to how much property the National Park Service currently controls on the island of St. John. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any of the panel, Commissioner Wells Henderson, any of your panel members could respond to that question?
So based on the conversation, Dion Wells Sedrington, Mr. Nigel Fields did indicate that he did not know the exact acreage and that he would get that information to you, Senator. So right now, I don't have it, but I know that he's working on getting that to you.
Very well, thank you. Satisfy your concern, Senator Gittens, at this point? Obviously, there is no response, but yeah, very well. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time. Please recognize the mic of Senator Johnson. You may proceed, Senator. Good afternoon. We can hear you.
1 minute. Thirty seconds. Time.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, the chair will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, everyone. I ain't gonna stutter. I didn't go see Whistling Key because I have no intention of giving up anything what Virgin Islanders on. It's ours. We shouldn't have to give up. Commissioner, I feel your pain. I support you 100%. I gonna vote for you and I will vote for you anything. I support you. You need it, I gonna be there for you. But I don't think I need to give up what you own. The Virgin Islanders, we own the property. We gotta give it up. It belongs to the Virgin Islands. You know, in the 32nd legislature, I brought a bill for St. John to create a maternity ward on St. John. St. John, there's no more native St. Juniors being born. None. It was shut down. That bill was shut down. And we sit on here and say, Virgin Island or St. Junior, no, oh, we don't have enough birds. Who cares? I want to see a native born St. Junior. So it's twofold. I support the high school. You need it. It was supposed to be done 100%. Don't have to put me against cutting off my right hand to obtain my left hand. You know, if that's what it boils down to and I have no choice, maybe. But that's what I mean when Whistling Key, I don't need to know. It's out there. We own it. It's done. But I will look and show this document here. You know, in the bill that come out, if the federal government don't do what it's supposed to do, does it revert back to the grantor, the owner, us? It's in this? I didn't see it in this. I see it in the temporary agreement with the federal government. If we don't do what we're supposed to do, it reverts back to them. They take it from us. How they ain't fair? But we just fall for these things here because, you know, like I said, Commissioner, I don't want to be sounding like I rude or disrespectful at all, but St. John deserve it. I am board for a school, but to cut off my right hand despite my face, or, you know, or to get at my left hand, I don't see it, you know, I don't see it. And people are always saying, you know, I talk about Savan, the young got his unbillable property, but I'll never give it up. Because a Savanero, we ain't giving up nothing. I own property in the territory, I ain't giving up a dime. My children have to sell it, and I'm gonna haunt them for the rest of their life if they sell it. So that's what I'm saying, you know, we shouldn't have to be forced into this. And for me, I don't stutter. I don't make no mistake. I don't know I ready to vote. Like I say, if I have no choice but this is the only road to take to get a high school for St. John, I will consider it. Other than that, I vote no. You hear me? We don't vote in this committee. Nobody ain't gonna leave here wondering what the graph say. Dwayne Maurice DeGraff vote no unless I have no other choice. Who like me, who don't like me, I don't care. But to put St. John against St. John, I refuse to do it. And I'm going to come back again to get this maternity ward on St. John so there could be native St. Jonians in this territory. By the hook of the crook, I'm going to fight for that one too. So, Commissioner, do we have all the money to build a school?
We are completing our negotiations as we speak, so we should have what we need to bring that vision to reality.
No, I would like a straight answer, please.
That's
We
the
have
straight
all the
answer.
money to
We
build a
will
school.
have the money. I cannot
Yes or no?
discuss. Yes.
We have all the money.
Yes.
Does the local government have to come up with any matches?
10%.
See, again, we still got to come up with 10%.
That's every
Give you
project,
the
but
land-
Senator.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
Again, Commissioner, you didn't right. I want to see a slam dunk, but we're going to win something, man. Okay, we don't have all the money. We got to come up with 10%. How much is 10% we're looking at to come up with?
I cannot discuss that dollar figure with you until it's finalized because we have to put that out to bid.
Okay,
30 seconds.
So the federal government gave us $210,000 in addition to the property.
10% of that.
So 210,000, would that cover the 10% for the high school?
Ms. Coward, go ahead.
Wait,
Please give your
you
name,
gave
please
my
give your
Yeah, your name. Wait, the mic ain't on yet.
Please recognize the mic of Ms. Coward of all the testifiers.
Yeah, try again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator DeGraff. I'm Shaniel Calwood, architect for VI Department of Education, and the Community Development Block Grant Program is providing the 10% match for all of our federally funded disaster recovery projects.
Okay, so we have all the money to build that school right now.
Yes.
Time.
And finally, are there any deadlines in between now and when this school should be done that's going to cost us more matches to come? Are there any deadlines?
The issue is the grant that they're giving us is a capped grant. Once they give us an amount, that's it. So as we experience delays and inflation escalates costs, we will not get a single dime extra. So any delay, that means something in the school is not going to be built. So if we wait, if we spend a year, that means we build a school without a gym, without that shelter. If we wait 2 years, we delay with 2 years. Next thing you know, we only have enough to build a school, but we short a cafeteria or something. The amount of the grant is going to be capped. It's going to be fixed. So what we have done is we have gotten ahead of the game by doing some of the design work already, working with the community to see what is it that they want to see in a school, so that as soon as we get that grant, we can go out for bid and break ground, so that these children, this is what concerns me, the children, because I have been a teacher too, and I have taught a UVI too. And any little, hearing stuff. Any little thing that dissuades a child from going to school to get their education could make the difference. It could turn them off from school altogether. It's been 6 years. We're going up on the 6th year anniversary of OMA. About a couple of weeks from now, we'll reach that 6-year mark. 6 years. And we still only have one school under construction. And I want a second school to be sprouted.
I
really want that.
and I thank Mr. Chair for the time, but just to answer on the chair's time, how long has that clock been ticking? Okay, ticking out now. You could answer on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. You may respond in my time, Commissioner, or Ms. Either one.
So from the time that the fixed offer is given to the department and I sign off, the clock starts to tick. And what Ms. Coward was talking about is the fact that we have 30% of the design that we have paid upfront for, right? If we have to go back out to start to design a new property, that's part of the delays that she is referencing, because now you have to procure another architectural firm to do that. You have to design, and then you have to put out the bid after. First, secure the land first. So that all will cause a delay in the construction. And because it's a fixed cost offer, it's not a secure place to be if this doesn't go through. It may mean that we have to change some of the vision for Sprout School if other funding sources are not identified.
Thank you very much. Let me just say to the audience before we proceed is that we have a process here this afternoon. Again, we have to have decorum. We can't have sudden outbursts and applause and those type of things. This is not a regular hearing or regular town hall meeting. This is a hearing that's being recorded and there's order here. I'm gonna ask my sergeant at arms if there's any applause inappropriately, outbursts, ask those individuals to leave. Senator Heiliger, you recognize your point of inquiry?
Thank you. Point of inquiry to the chair, to the Commissioner of Education. What is the specific number of students that travel between St. Thomas and St. John on an annual basis, roughly average?
It's this year is 213.
213. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the Commissioner of Education, you spoke, you and your able architect spoke of the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. What is the fund balance there? Besides the 200,000+ that you're expecting, are you aware of the fund balance?
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. At this point, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, to my colleagues, the viewing, listening audience, and everyone who is present here in the chambers. Clearly, we are faced with a decision here to ratify this agreement. And it's not an easy one because you hear both sides, especially from the community of St. John. And I understand that there are a lot of issues that are not necessarily have to do with what's before us today, but over the years, there have been a lot of issues, and maybe we could use the word abuse or some other things happening within the community. But what we're facing here today is a decision with regards to building a new school for our children in St. John. And I know there's a lot of other matters that I think that as a government, we do need to address. And there are things that our delegate to Congress should be involved in, and some of them she is involved. But I think the focus today has to be on our children. And from what I've been hearing from my colleagues and from the testifiers and the research we've been doing, we have been at this for some decades now. And now we have an opportunity before us to really improve the quality of life for our children on St. John and the quality of education for our children on St. John. Yes, there's a lot of other things around that we need to address, but I think that's the focus that we need to have today. And then with regards to that, Commissioner, if this is not ratified, or if we don't go forward, what are some of the consequences that we'll be facing?
If you don't mind, Senator, I'll have Ms. Coward explain that process to the body.
We would be facing a situation where we will be presented with a fixed cost offer from FEMA. And when it's presented, there's a short window of time within which you have to accept the fixed cost offer. Then we would be faced with having accepted a fixed cost offer for a site unknown and without plans that we can use to go out for bid. It took us more than 2 years to develop those plans because we did the planning with a committee, held more than 18 meetings. We had 2 design charrettes with the St. John community specific on that school. All of that goes out the window. That was done before we engaged DLR Group to develop those 30% complete designs that you saw today. And those took a year to develop. So we would be giving ourselves, starting out, a delay of 2 years, which would result in millions of dollars of cost escalation. That's less money to go into brick and mortar for the buildings. Plus, add to that the procurement process. So, and it could be a disaster because the amount of the grant is not going to increase.
Commissioner, and to your team, was there any other proposed land that was offered for this potential school?
So under the MAP administration as the superintendent, various sites were looked at by the governor's office. I know one site was in Chocolate Hole. At one point, we looked at Myra Keaton area. I did have a conversation with the Moses family relative to that acreage across from Myra Keaton. They were interested in a lease. I don't know what else. Several keys were looked at in terms of the exchange. And in 2019, we decided once the administration changed that we were going to secure or see if the national park would be willing to engage with the department for a land swap so that we can make this vision a reality. Bear in mind that in 2019, the conversation had already begun to look at the damages incurred at Sprout School to make a determination as to whether it was replaceable. That was deemed replaceable. So we knew right from there that the clock would begin ticking, because once that fixed cost offer drops, then we really need to be ready to move on it. And so that is what I'm aware of. A lot of those negotiations took place from the governor's level, but that's what I am aware of.
And my last question, if I may, Mr. Chair, why is Whistling K determined to be the most viable property for this exchange? If anyone can speak to that.
I know at one point they considered exchanging the Salt River site over in St. Croix. At one point, the Park Service was very excited about that because that's the Christopher Columbus landing site. So that would have great national significance. However, it was felt that to satisfy a St. John need, it ought to be done not with St. Croix land. I'm not privy to those high-level conversations. Those were the level of the Office of the Governor and the Park Service. But eventually, they settled on Whistling Key. And I had an opportunity to visit it yesterday. I feel that we are getting the better end of the bargain because Whistling Key cannot be developed, whereas the 11 acres that we're getting at Estate Catherineburg can be developed. Also, when we went to visit the site is rich in artifacts. Our ancestors are there, these ancestors that we talk to students about in a very abstract way. And they are there, buried at the site. It would be an opportunity for us to acquire a site under the government of the Virgin Islands control, where we can honor our ancestors properly. They were slaves. They couldn't build a church. They couldn't build a memorial. They couldn't even put up gravestones. So they arranged the stones in circles. And we walked on some of them yesterday. And they planted a tree. That tree has to have been there a good 200-300 years, a tamarind tree. Never seen such a tamarind tree in my entire life, so large. But they planted it there, and it's obviously, you go there, you could feel it was a sacred site where people went to remember to weep and the graves are around it. That is something that we need to have. I mean, I would encourage a government to buy the property. That's how important that heritage is to me. I think now is the time. This is the right site for the school, and I really urge senators to consider the children and what this would mean for them.
And I just want to express, Mr. Chair, my disappointment in not having representatives here from the National Park Service. As my colleague stated, we had the opportunity to visit Whistling Cay and to also visit the state Catonsburg and be present, but we had a lot of questions that weren't answered, and we were under the impression that some of those questions would be answered here today that would assist us in making this decision. So I just want to express for the record my disappointment in not having those answered questions.
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Chair.
Senator Kariong. Your point is well
Point
taken.
of inquiry.
Before we go on to the next senator, I want to ask you, Commissioner, whose decision it was to engage into a land swap? Is it the Park Service approach the government of the Virgin Islands, or the government of the Virgin Islands approach Park Service?
The government of the Virgin Islands approached the National Park Service.
Thank you very much. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Bolquez. You
I have a point of inquiry.
Bolquez Junior, Senator Lodge, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. What we have before us is an extremely controversial and contentious topic of conversation. For over 50 years, longer than I've been alive for, the history of a relationship between the people of St. John and the National Park Service has been tumultuous at best. And I, like so many others in this leadership capacity, am at the proverbial fork in the road. As a former student, a former educator on the island of St. John, and as a former Board of Education member, I'm acutely aware of the needs for high-quality public education in this territory, especially on the island of St. John. As a seventh-generation St. Johnian, I am intimately tied to the struggles that our people have endured through underhanded public, private, and federal sector practices and the back-of-the-bus mentality that continues to plague this island. I was elected to this office to defend and to champion the people's concerns, and I will do so to the best of my ability. To be clear, I have conducted several meetings and co-hosted a town hall with the Honorable Delegate Plaskett, the Department of Interior, the Superintendent of the Virgin Islands National Park, the Office of Insular Affairs, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and the Office of the Governor. I also met with the National Park Service on other occasions, and I've also held meetings with concerned community members, community leaders, and young people of all ages. We know it's not the best situation, and we know that this is not a new conversation. In fact, I've been having it for over a decade, and I was one of the students that traveled to and from to attend high school on the island of St. Thomas. But I would be remiss if I do not mention in recent history this specific swap, meaning this to build this K-12 school, which is still includes Whispering Key and Estate Catherine,burg, was supported by the late Honorable Governor Turnbull. In 2006, 17 years ago, he met with then newly appointed Secretary of the Department of Interior, Dirk Kempthorne, to talk about the particular potential of an exchange between the two. This was the closest that St. John's students have ever had to having a school of their own. My office and I have requested financial information from the Department of Education and the Public Service Commission to provide us with additional information that we can put into proper context. While records from 2006 to 2011 were more difficult to obtain, we did receive the amount of students who were enrolled in St. Thomas High Schools from 2012 to 2022. And the data is approximately 225,720 cumulative days of travel, 225,720 excessive early mornings and late nights, with student round trip tickets at the cost of $6.60. the Department of Education has spent over $1.4 million in ferry fares alone. That is just in 10 years. When one looks at the fact that the proposed land swap is appraised at $1.2 million, I don't think I need to explain to this body what that means. We can't even begin to calculate the effects of lost sleep,
1 minute.
extended traveling, and logistical stresses for families and children during their education. I have communicated directly with many students that reside on St. John, inquiring if they want a school, a high school, or a school K-12. And I repeat, I have spoken to them on a number of occasions, and 100% of them has said to me directly that they want a real school on the island of St. John. It is irritating and outright ridiculous for us to continue to have these children travel
30
every
seconds.
single day for education to another island. My staff and I have continue to conduct fields of phone calls for several months on this swap. We have researched many alternatives to our all-out swap, and with the help of our research team, we discovered that the Secretary of the Department of Interior could authorize such a transfer of public use through Title 43, Chapter 20, Section 869A. I lobbied for months to have the Secretary exercise this authority, but was unsuccessful due to a number of timid and xenophobic responses that are tied to what I would classify as a federally self-indulgent reasoning.
Time.
I am not happy with what is before us. But colleagues, let me ask the question, what is the cost of doing nothing? It's detrimental. Virgin Islands, we must ask ourselves, if not now, then when? As I previously stated, this is a stalemate across the territory, but specifically more so for St. John. Millions, and I will go so far to say downright abominable, that we have forced thousands of children to go to another island for their high school education. This is not the most ideal situation, which has been echoed by many stakeholders and the broader community for over 50 years. However, we are at a unique position and we can right a generational wrong. How many more lives will we negatively impact if we do nothing but talk? As everyone in the territory knows, talk is a great starting point, but action finishes or gets us across the finish line. Our honorable delegate has introduced to cease NPS's ability to expand St. John. I fully support that, and I will continue to work with her, my colleagues, and the governor to provide future generations with a fair shot at an opportunity to access our human rights, a higher quality of life, and most of all, a high quality education for the children of St. John. Mr. Chair, thank you for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Volquez. It's only fair that I give you that leniency. You're the senator at large and obviously resident of St. John. At this time, we'll hear from Senator, Commissioner, you recognize him.
If
Sorry.
I may, going back to Senator Carrion's question relative to how Whistling Key, based on all the different keys that were mentioned, was determined the best viable one. First of all, it's the one that no development can take place on. 1. 2, it lies already within the Virgin Islands National Park boundaries. It's west of Mary Point Peninsula in Maho Bay. And it was deemed the best out of all of them with the least impacts to the St. John community as a viable area that can be swapped.
Point of inquiry, Senator Gittens.
Mr. Chair, when things are said, I have to ask a question then before I wait too far and then people forget. But I was listening to a response. I think you gave the response or your architect with regards to the next school that must be built in the territory has to be this one. So what's the status of the other schools that's happening? One of the largest schools I believe it's CAHS.
Yes.
That's moldy and that's in a modular right now. What's the status of that? Do we have the funding to build that school?
We are negotiating fixed cost offers for Charlotte Amalia High School as well as Central High School. And for Bushalty, we did receive some funding already. Those three projects have been bundled. They are currently going through the bidding process. FEMA is farther away on giving us a fixed cost offer for those campuses than they are for Sproul. So the funding for Sproul, we expect to receive that before we get the funding for Charlotte. So that is why I said that.
Question asked and answered. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Thank you for your response, Ms. Callwood. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm glad that the previous speaker asked the question. So if you listen to the conversation and you hear the responses that we're getting, particularly from the Virgin Islands Department of Education's representatives, the federal government has essentially strong-armed us by saying to us as Virgin Islanders that they are prepared to give us the funding for Sproul School before they are prepared to give us the funding for the thousands of students that are being impacted in Charlotte Amalie High School as well as Central High. I need us to pay attention to what's happening here. We all know that the conversation around a school for St. John is a very emotional conversation, and the need for a school in St. John is very important. But we have several issues that
One second, Senator. 1 second, Senator, your mic, you have gone mute. Media?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry
Yes,
about that.
please
We
go
have-
back. You got cut off for about 30 seconds.
Oh boy. So we have two issues that's before us.
Several issues. All right.
Two issues: the swap of the land and the use of the historic site and the need for a school, right? So irrespective of the school, we have to ask ourselves some questions because I think we are conflating the issues that's before us. Is this a good decision for this land swap, regardless of what it will be used for? That's one. And then we factor in the school. We have to ask ourselves these questions. What concerns me today is we have representatives from the Department of Education. Do we have someone there from the DPNR?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator, Mr. Krieger, sir.
So Mr. Krieger is a historic preservation person, correct? So Mr. Krieger, are you prepared to answer the environmental type questions, et cetera, as it relates to DPNR? Or are you just prepared to discuss the historical site discussions?
Testing. Sean L.
Senator
Krieger,
Running.
Director, DPNR. Senator, I'm prepared to answer questions as it relates to the historic aspects. There may
Right.
be some.
So, and that's the thing. So this is such an important issue. And what we're hearing is, or what we're seeing is, it's not important enough for the GVI, for the government of the Virgin Islands to send the representatives. What they've done, if they've sent the Department of Education because they know this is an emotional issue. But we have to look at this issue, collect it as a whole. We can't look at it in buckets. And that's why I asked the question, and I don't know that there's anyone that can answer my question. Irrespective of the school, is it a good decision regardless of what is being used for? And then we factor in the school. Is there anyone there that can answer that question from a perspective from the science side of this house? The answer is no, right? Because we have someone there from the historic preservation. So I'm not sure what we're really doing here, Mr. Chair, as it relates to this. I believe it's important that while we're having the conversation around the need for the school, which all of us, I don't believe that there's anyone in the room that will disregard the fact that we need to have a school in St. John. That's an issue that we've had on the table for many years, but we have to discuss the other components, and there's no one there at the table that can discuss that with us other than the emotional perspective. So I'm not sure what we do at this point. I don't believe that we have the appropriate individuals in front of us this afternoon. And there's something else that was said earlier by the good Commissioner of Education or Ms. Cowwood, that they have already moved forward with getting the design built for this particular site. So basically what they're saying to us as senators is, listen, we don't get a design bill, we're bringing it to you now, take it or leave it. And I believe that we've seen enough of that, and we've made decisions on enough of that. When I look at the correspondence from the National Park representatives, they noted in, I think, the 4th paragraph that on June of 2021, the governor offered to the national park or to the federal government on Whistling Key. There was no conversation with the legislature about what our thought process was. So we have the executive branch making offerings, and now we have to make the decision based on all that has been done. So the governor made the decision, made the offer, the Department of Education moved forward with the design build, and here we are in between a rock and a hard place. And then we're hearing that they're more prepared to give us the funding, or to settle on the matter of the funding around the St. John School before addressing the issues that we have with Central High School and Charlotte Amalie, thousands of students. So I'm uncertain of what it is that we are doing here, other than being strong-armed by the executive branch at this point. And this is being allowed by the executive branch of our Virgin Islands, our own people. And the federal government is, we moving in tandem with what the expectations are. So I heard the at-large senator. Has my time been called, Senator?
The time was called, Senator. You may wrap up.
Okay, so I will wrap up. We need more information. I asked the question earlier about the federal government's appraisal of 17.97 acres as opposed to the Virgin Islands' 14 acres. I have not received a response on that. When you look at the two appraisals, one is saying one amount of acres, another one is saying another amount. So clarification is lacking. I don't know who could give me that, who's before us this afternoon, but I would need to get that information as well.
So
thank you very much. At this time, we'll hear from you, Commissioner.
I'm gonna let
The Commissioner nominee
respond to that particular question, but I need to explain the way that fixed cost offers are done. The reason that Sproul School is in front of Charlotte Amalie High School is because of the size. They're all priorities. We could not go out to solicit if we didn't know that that obligation was on the way. So I need to clear that up. Charlotte Amalie High School is about 16 buildings that needed to be assessed to be to determine if they qualify to be replaced versus Sproul School with 5. So that's the difference. It's not a priority issue. They're all priorities. One of the things that we insisted when we took this project on is to allow for equity within all islands.
Point of information.
We didn't want any one school, any one island having schools replaced and the
Point
others
of information.
It just happens, if I may, Senator, it just happens that Sproul School is the only school on St. John. And so our emphasis has been on Sproul School, as well as Charlotte Amalie High School, as well as Central High School and Arthur Richards K-8 school. And so that position has never wavered. It just happens that in a costing, it goes faster for buildings that are less amounts than those with large amounts.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
So I want to make myself abundantly clear. My commentary today was not to do any comparisons. My commentary today is squarely surrounding the fact that us as Virgin Islanders need to see what's happening to us. We need to be clear that the federal government said, look, they want that the U.S. Virgin Islands should go ahead and do the analysis for the design build. They provided information for the design build for this particular school while we still have other schools out there that's hanging out there that was destroyed in a storm, because they want to make sure that they strong arm us on ensuring that the vote that we make on this particular matter, we move forward with it because they're saying to us, look, we are prepared to do this now. That is my issue. So I'm not doing any comparisons. So I want to make sure that we're clear on that. This is not about comparing or contrasting what's happening with our schools. It's about us opening our eyes and seeing what's happening to us as it relates to this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Commissioner, nominee, you're recognized for your remarks or response in regards to the difference with the acreage.
Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner nominee, Department of Property and Procurement. There is a discrepancy in the 17 acres, which was originally done with when the agreement was done back in 2020. However, based on the appraisals, it was appraised at 14 acres.
Thank you very much. Senator Francis Heidegger, I'm gonna allow for the point of inquiry, but I'm gonna ask for your indulgence moving forward so that we can have other senators that have not had a chance to speak yet, get an opportunity to do so. You recognize your inquiry at this time.
Thank you. Point of inquiry to the chair. In my attempts to speak to many St. Johnians, I had a conversation with Miss Cleone Creaky, the namesake of the building we're sitting in right now. And she did say she submitted a testimony to be read into the record, and she was concerned that it might not be. And I am still awaiting a copy of it or even hearing. They said they don't have one. So I'm not sure if it was submitted to your office or wherever. Is it possible we could locate it and have it read into the record? Thank you.
At this time, the chair would recognize Senator Milton Potter. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the men and women of the island of St. John. I too have to express my concern that given the magnitude of this issue that is before us today, that we don't have a representative from the National Park Service here with us. I think it's unconscionable. And it speaks to the concern that St. Johnians have about the historic uneven relationship with the Park Service. Just wanted to put that on the record. Commissioner, I was very moved by your passionate presentation. I see sincerity in your voice, and you said who feels it knows it. You've actually been one to walk in the footsteps, basically, of young St. Johnians here today who have to traverse the waters on a daily basis to get to the island of St. Thomas for school and to return back. So I really understand your passion and sincerity. But I have to share with you also, I had an opportunity to speak to some senior citizens at the Department of Human Services, a senior program. They too had a sincere passion and concern about what they perceived as St. Johnians giving up additional property to the Park Service. It was emotional, but at the same time, emotions are legitimate, So I just want to put it out there that you can come down on both sides of this issue and be equally loyal, patriotic St. Johnians. It's not an easy issue. It's not. I know the people who are on the other side are, talking about the historic relationship with the park, looking at the map of St. John and seeing, I was able to get a color-coded map of St. John, and we grew up knowing that the Park Service was in control of the majority of St. John, but it is dramatic when you see it on a map where green is the Park Service and yellow is everything else. It hits home that this is a legitimate issue that St. Johnians have, So I don't want to dismiss their concerns at all. Although, and I'm still struggling with this, it's not my intention to be a St. Thomian telling St. Johnians what is best for them. So I tried my best over the last several months to talk to St. Jonians to see if I can get some consensus as to what they would like. You know, I think it's fair and right and just thing to do as a senator. I'm not coming here as some person, not playing politics and all of that. I just want to do what is in the best interest of St. Jonians. And that is why I'm struggling with this. Some people tell me it's a slam dunk. What are you struggling with? It's not a slam dunk. It's not. I am concerned about St. Jonians having to traipse through the early morning hours, catching a ride from Coral Bay, coming to Cruz Bay, catching a boat, going to St. Red Hook, catching another taxi, dollar van, going to Charlotte Amalie. It is a legitimate thing. If we have an opportunity to put that to rest, to create a world-class high school, we should do it. I was very impressed by what I saw. And if, if the school could really look like, what you showed today, I mean, it's something that St. Jonians can be very, very proud of. For change, we're able to get something. But St. Jonians feel like we always seem to be getting the short end of the stick. That is what has been communicated to me on a regular basis. But why we have to always get the short end of the stick? So I really want us to be very thoughtful and wise and to not minimize the concerns of St. Jonians. I have not decided one way or the other how I'm going to vote. I know the time is running out, but I'm trying to get as much information as possible to make a fair, a wise, and just decision. You can get blows no matter how you vote on this issue.
30 seconds.
No matter how, but I think I'm going to be able to justify and explain my position, once it comes to that. Well, Commissioner, I do have a question. I know we have a couple of seconds left. I wanted to ask you the composition of the land exchange task force and whether or not when you were deliberating, selecting, Mr. Chair, if I may, when you were deliberating, if the issue of the code stating that, Title 31 stating that no portion of a shoreline as defined in Section 402, Chapter 10 shall be sold, leased, or otherwise disposed of by the government of the Virgin Islands. Was that something that came up during your discussions with the team as well as the Park Service?
I would allow Commissioner nominee to respond to that. Just for your understanding, the task force consisted of a representation from the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Department of Property and Procurement, as well as the Governor's Office.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner nominee, Department of Property and Procurement. Those considerations were made as well. And if you would note, also going back to the previous question, which aligns with what you're asking, both parties have to comply with the usage that is within the agreements, and specifically the preliminary agreement that we have drafted here, as well as the use of land agreement. So both parties are bound to use them in accordance with the use policy.
Okay, but the question really is, if the code is saying it's barring us from selling land that's like coastal land, and that is what, and I think our legal counsel did an opinion on that, and it appears to be, and I think she supported it, that we are barred from selling property, that has a shoreline property.
And basically with the agreements, it's not a sale, basically. So no purchase, no land swap is being purchased or bought. No one can sell, it's an even swap. So it's not purchased, it's not for sale or for lease in any fashion.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner, for your response. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. At this time, I will take a 5 minutes recess. The Committee of the Whole stands at recess for 5 minutes. We're out of recess, and before we went on a break, we completed the round of Senator Potter. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good evening to all of the listening audience. Blessings to all of the fine ladies and gentlemen that have come to witness this hearing today to discuss a very, very important matter to this community. Now, hear this. You know, our honorable esteemed Commissioner of Education, Diane Wells Hendrington, an education doctor, I have 100% confidence in our Commissioner of Education. And I'm sure that everybody in this room tonight will say that our Commissioner of Education is doing a fabulous job. Commissioner of Education, you're doing a fabulous job. You know, our children's future and our children's education should never, ever, ever be compromised. Never, ever. So I will say to you, for those of you that don't have access to your land now, this land swap deal ain't gonna resolve this issue. You see, this is like an X. You know, the National Guard is like an X. Everything your X do, you're against. You know, for all those who believe the National National Park Service stole the land, This is not going to resolve that. I have issues with the National Park Service. They're not perfect. I have issues with some of the Fed. This deal will not resolve this. You know, there are years of hurt with the National Park Service. I emphasize with our people. But my class valedictorian, Jose Penn, he was from St. John. And Ronnie Jones, he right here tonight, he telling me to vote for yes. I have respect for. And Karen Samuel and her sister and on, and many others who had to make that trip every morning and back after school. You see, many of our residents support the deal, but they want us to get the land for free, meaning that the national park should deed the government of the Virgin Islands the land. They want the NPS to donate the land, but according to the federal law, the NPS has no legal authority to donate. But the same law gives the Secretary of Interior to exchange the land. My fellow Virgin Islanders, this is not a perfect deal. But here is what it will do for this community. It will resolve the limited hurricane shelter capacity on St. John. It will give us a modernized school on St. John. I see that rendition the Commissioner of Education put up there, Popa. That's what we're going to get. Last week, the director of the IRB presented his budget to the legislature. Now, let we talk money. In the whole year, the IRB is going to collect $915 million. The whole VI government, $915 million. But with this deal, we get $140 million. The commissioner tell me don't make no number because the contractor them go over bid. But that is 15% of our budget. Just this one deal is 15% of our government budget. So we can see money there, Popa. That is money. You know, the VI government does not have the money to construct a school like this. You know, the Whistle K, right? I want to ask a quick question to Mr. Krieger. Have you ever been to Whistle K?
No.
Good. You see, most of the people in here, other than the senators, have not been to Whistle K. As a matter of fact, Bolkis, the honorable senator from St. John, tell me he go back 9 generations. None of them been to Whistle K. We went there yesterday. I got some big rock and thing from there. So that island is very significant because that lighthouse was where the slaves them escaping from St. John to Tortola was caught and punished. And the historic person is telling you he never been there. Who better to take care of that than the National Park Service? You see, we need to preserve Whistling Cay. Another thing I want to talk about some money, you know, Miss Ethelyn Bishop on October 7, 1968, did that. Mr. Chair, can I have finished up? Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Miss Ethel May Bishop in 1968 deeded that property for $242,000, Virgin Islands. She sold that, she deeded that, she got 242. That was $4,400 an acre. Now that land is about 400,000. That property is about $22 million. So St. Johnians, do not sell your land. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice C. James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon.
My apologies for skipping over you.
That's okay. I understand. That's okay. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands, and 12 present in the chambers. I want to start by saying that I learned about the burdensome journey that St. John children had to bear. It was on their shoulders. When I met Carmen and Karen Samuel at George Washington University when we were all freshmen. And if right now Carmen is a grandmother, which means that her grandchildren would have to take that same trek that she had to take those many years ago to get an education. And I know that the Commissioner of Education talked about equity, but in this case, it's more than equity. It's about equity and equality, which are both important when we're making decisions, policy decisions, especially when it comes to education legislation. But it's essential when we're talking about children in today's classrooms. Equality is sameness. And can we say that the children of St. John had the same treatment that the children of St. Croix and St. Thomas have had all these years? No. So we haven't been treating them equally. And when it comes to equity, have we been treating them with fairness, which is what equity is about? We haven't been treating them with fairness either, because we're not giving the children of St. John what they need. And that's what equity is about. So without equality, which is the same schools, the same high school that they should be getting, it's even much harder to achieve equity, because if you don't have the resources to pay to go to a high school and a private high school, I guess, on St. John, then clearly you would have to take that trek over to St. Thomas. I've been hearing a lot of talk about property and what it's worth. And I want to say, as a real estate attorney, what is property really worth? The short answer is property is worth whatever someone is willing to pay for it. Really, that's what property is. In the long term, the long answer, I should say, depends on the market and whether you're asking the appraised value, which is what the lender asks, or the assessed value, which is what the tax assessor would give you, or the fair market value, which is based on supply and demand, which really is when the buyer or the seller is under no pressure to buy or sell. Well, the thing is, we are under pressure in the sense that the time is now for our children of St. John to get what they deserve, that we are giving them fairness in treatment and in outcomes. And we haven't been doing that for so many years. And we want to talk about property value. What about the value of a child's education? How much is that worth to those of you out there that are focusing on property value? And let me talk about the Whistling Key. I have not heard anyone say this afternoon that Whistling Key has gold or oil. I think I heard one of my colleagues said that it's rock stone. Not being denied the opportunity to use it. As far as I know, I haven't heard anyone say that we would be denied the use of it. I know that on the island of St. Croix, Buck Island, it's 176 acres. It's not 11, it's not 14. But we have had the opportunity to use Buck Island. Maybe I should ask the representative from DPNR, would we be denied the opportunity to use Whistling Key as Virgin Islanders?
No.
Hello?
Yeah, Sean L. Krieger for DPNR. No, Senator, the same rights you have today, you will continue to have for Whistling Key.
And all these years, I'll ask you this question, has the Virgin Islands government been protecting the ecosystem of Whistling Key? Have we been doing when it comes to protecting the natural environment over in Whistling Key?
Yes, the natural resources are managed through our Division of Fish and Wildlife. It's a protected site, as was stated, and so it is managed. As a matter of fact, to go to that island, you have to have a permit from the Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you for that answer, because that's very important. One follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may conclude or wrap up, Senator.
Actually, I'll conclude by saying this. We've been having a lot of discussion today about the tension between the federal government and the Virgin Islands. And it's a tension that exists all throughout the 50 states. But at the end of the day, the one thing that we need to remember as Virgin Islanders is that whoever pays the piper calls the tune. And right now, time is of essence for our children. As the commissioner said, the stars are aligned. And so for that reason, I am voting with the Commissioner of Education's recommendation that we move forward with this transaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice C. James. And next, the chair will recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and especially to the people of St. John. Good afternoon. You know, again, we are faced as legislators to make tough decisions on a very controversial bill. And our vote next week may not be favorable to some, and it may be favorable to many. But I could tell you today, I wasn't going to even, when I was told that we would have to be voting on a land swap, my feelings was, I telling you straight up, I ain't voting for no land swap. You understand? But then I thought about it, and I felt it was my duty, not only as a legislator, but to see this important transfer of this land, that I see this land that we're going to be swapping potentially. And I had the opportunity to join my colleagues to go on a boat, from a boat onto a dinghy, onto a little island. Guys, I worked for DPNR. I worked environmental protection. I work building permits. I worked in a few capacities, and I said to myself, this is not buildable. We can't build a school. We can't build anything on this island. Probably 3 acres or 4 acres on that property probably may be buildable, but the amount of money that we would have to put into bringing trascavators, excavators, everything on that island to even build, I'd start thinking about the other things. We had National Park Service representatives accompanying us yesterday. So there were questions that were asked that I really wanted them to be here today. I thought they were going to be here because I had other questions to ask. They gave us a lot of, papers to read on the history and everything. And my thing, as I said, I wasn't supporting no land swap. And as my colleague said, MPS has no legal authority to donate the land. But let me just even say that Whistling Key, although owned by the Virgin Islands government, is within the boundaries of the national park and has a similar property value. So the MPS has no legal authority to engage with the government on the Virgin Islands to exchange lands. The government on the Virgin Islands has the authority to exchange interest in the land under territorial law, Title 31 VI Code, Section 231A. So I say that to say, I knew the challenges of our students back in the day, jumping on a boat from 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, those who live in Coral Bay, to get up early, they go to the boat, they get on the boat, then they catch a bus. They catch 2 buses, by the way, if you live so far. And then some of them, when they get dropped to Red Hook, Commissioner, tell me, some of those students, they don't play hooky, right? Because I understand that there's a problem with that. Some of those students from ESOL, those who are bilingual, who have no idea of, they just coming
1 minute
and they live on St. John. We have a big population of people from the Dominican Republic. And these students, they might feel the challenge of probably going to school because they don't speak English, and they divert from going to school. Can you tell me about that? Not only those, what about the children with disabilities? What about people who have challenges with special education students? You want to be able to make sure that these students get 100% attention. Commissioner, can you just take me through, because I know that that's a challenge when it comes to these students getting on the bus, and they have that responsibility of getting on another bus, the bus, then the boat, then a bus.
So very good question, Senator. Our special needs students actually receives services with their own bus transportation. And so we have a paraprofessional that's assigned, as well as a driver that picks up the students. And then we have a paraprofessional that meets the students at the dock at Cruise Bay and transports them to their respective sites, whether it be Ivana Durkin High School or Charlotte Amalia High School, to receive those services. And then we have our ELs, and I'm very concerned about our ELs. I actually had a conversation recently about the services. Our ELs are serviced at Charlotte Amalia High School. And so they come on the 7th, and the school bus is there to pick them up. We lose a couple. I found a couple various places, and I know them, so I can say, well, what are you doing out here, you know? But we lose students. You're absolutely correct. With the travel, now that school begins earlier, we have instances where students are reaching to school tardy. And so we've had to really think about how to bring some of those services nearer to them, which is at Ivana Udorakan High School, but then that also requires personnel. But those are things that we've had to pivot because of the issues that we're having, making sure that our students are afforded the opportunities that other students are readily given. No student left behind, no child left behind is still something that we believe in. And so we are doing just that to ensure that they receive those services. On St. John, they would be there. Parents would be able to check in and see what's going on. That's also an issue outside of everything else. Parental involvement from St. John is minimal when it comes to traveling over to Ivana Durkin or Charlotte Amalia High School.
Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, I just want to make this comment that the challenges that St. Croix has, which is 84 square miles, St. Thomas, which is 32 square miles, St. John, the smallest of all the islands, 20 square miles. Sometimes we have to make these tough decisions. We don't want to give away our nice, pristine, natural habitat island, but we have to do it for our next generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. And next we'll recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Mr. Majority Leader, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to all, especially to the St. Johnians that came out today. I think that we all want a school on St. John. Commissioner, excuse me, like I told you yesterday, we are going to the same direction or no? We're just probably taking 2 different routes. I tip my hat off to all the St. Johnians that have to traverse or trot these waters every morning. I did it last week for 2 days and I was exhausted. So I could imagine our students, I could imagine the workers that have to go back and forth as well. Because it ain't just the children, it's everybody. I was also able to traverse the island, and St. John a little bigger than I thought. I used to tease former Senator Bassinger when he used to say he'd run. I said, man, you could run wrong St. John in 5 minutes. Nothing tall goes up. So again, I tip my hat off to all St. Johnians. But let me just say a little historical thing here. The Declaration of Independence was the promise to the people. The Constitution in itself was said to be the fulfillment. And President Lincoln, I believe it was the Gettysburg Address, spoke to a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I never know if I have it in order. But those are the three things that he said. Am I correct? Educator, tell me if I'm wrong. This means to me that as a people, putting it nicely, we don't need to give up a thing. We are the government, whether federal or local. We work for the people, by the people, of the people. I say it in the reverse this time. But regardless of what, it is all of the people. And having a school here on St. John isn't a want. It's a need, it's a necessity. And if we are responsible government officials, whether federal or local, we should say, give it to the people. I am totally disappointed here after having an excellent day yesterday. And I must give the National Park Service some credit as well, because they have our beaches here in St. John looking all pristine. Nice, well kept. And I think if they were in private hands, we'd have had some problems getting access to the beaches. So you said one, you said two. But in this case, I am still saying that we need to do better for the people of St. John. I joked with my colleagues yesterday again too. All them big wilks are you picking up out there?
1 minute.
Once this goes over, if it goes over, there's no picking a wilks over here. We have to look out for our fishermen as well. That's how a lot of us eat. And Commissioner, I had a little joke on it, but I didn't want to really think. But listen, I'm glad it were you, because when I read in, sometimes it are words that have stumbled me up to, but the word that was stumbling you up is a 4-syllable word. Okay?
30 seconds.
But I wanted to ask the tax assessor's office, who is not here, and the Park Service about the pilot program. Any of you ever heard of the pilot program? It's the payment in lieu of taxes. So federal payments to, these are federal payments to local governments to help offset losses in property taxes.
Time.
Due to, may I, Mr. Chair, due to the existence of non-taxable federal lands within their boundaries. The pilot payments are to help local governments carry out vital services for firefighting. I see we got a firefighter there. For police protection, for construction of public schools, roads, and search and rescue. We threaten between St. Thomas and John every day. We fly in and seaplane between St. Thomas and St. Croix every day. How much of us comfortable with the search and rescue that we have currently in this territory? That's why I wanted some of these individuals here so I could know what's going on with these monies if we are doing what we're supposed to do. So property and procurement, and I'll wrap up here. In the absence of the Lieutenant Governor's Office tax assessors, do you know how or what formula is used to compute these payments?
Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner nominee, Department of Property and Procurement. No, Senator, I cannot speak on behalf of the tax assessor.
So you see, let me tell you all something. I'm a voter when the day come. This senator don't go to the bathroom during a vote. walk off the floor, or abstain. The people sent me here to make a decision, and the best decision on their behalf. So a decision will be made. But until then, I am responsible to ask the probing questions. And I would have liked some of these questions to be answered. And there's still a lot more. But I'll wait until the next round so that we can continue our discussions. Thank you all for your presentation here today. The rendering that you show was lovely, but I hope this government could take care of that.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Gittens. Next, we'll recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Please recognize Senator.
If we had those powers that is available to every US citizen under the US flag, I'm sure it would have been a different conversation today. And so they put all of these things and have us emotionally and spiritually and our friendships and our voters overturned because we need an opportunity for our young people to get a better chance, especially in St. John, and get a better footing. So I know NPS isn't here. I went on the tour yesterday. I learned a lot. about our history. I learned about Whistling Key.
1 minute.
I was able to identify where the Wilkes were because I hadn't seen Wilkes in a long time other than over on Hassel Island. But I do have some probing questions I want to ask Department of Education, especially knowing that NPS isn't here. So I'm not going to waste time with thinking about any questions for them. Now tell us kindly, should this school be built? Do we have the personnel, sufficient personnel to actually operate a pre-K to 12 school in 18 months after it's built?
Yes, Senator, I can say that we have been exploring several options. We are about to do some distance learning. So times have changed. We don't necessarily have to have physical bodies in every class. And so we will adjust accordingly based on the needs.
Okay, and what is your anticipated number of students that's going to be enrolled in the pre-K to 12?
Time.
Mr. Chairman, kindly allow me. I
Ms.
have two other questions. I'll be quick.
Ms. Carwood could answer that.
Approximately 250 students comfortably and a few more if we need.
How many teachers and staff do you anticipate you will have to transport from St. Thomas to St. John? Because we already know we have a deficiency with the amount of people, human beings qualified to do the work. How many?
I really couldn't answer that, Senator. I can't give you an answer.
And so you couldn't answer also, and this is my final question, Mr. Chairman, and you couldn't answer also the cost is going to take for those teachers and those faculty to come to St. John, because they're going to have to wake up early too and catch a.
So we do, for your information, we do have staff from St. John that works in St. Thomas in the high schools. So those would be the first persons that we would transfer back to St. John and fill the vacancies accordingly.
Okay, and you don't know how many of those?
I can get it for you, but I don't have it right now.
All right. Thank you so much for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I will continue to have discussions on this matter before I make a final decision. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph.
Points of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator for Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous speaker asked a question specifically because we know that we have teacher shortage challenges like every other state in the contiguous as well as the United States territories. And the commissioner's response was tied to, we don't need, I want to be clear, I kind of missed, it kind of broke up a little bit. We don't need teachers to be physically in the classrooms. I know that we passed the 34th legislature, passed the distance learning bill that I sponsored, but I want to query a little bit more. This inquiry is more so around the magnet school concept, because what matters here, because we can't just say we have folks moving, teachers who's living on St. John, who's traversing, and we're going to push them back over to St. John if the school is built. I think what we need to be focusing on is, so if we were to move forward with this, then what are we looking at? A magnet school? Is it required that, as from a legislative perspective, we need to be talking about a specialized school, requiring that it become a specialized school, so students from St. Thomas who are interested in certain specialized areas, whether it be the arts and sciences, the STEM programs, etc., they now can come to St. John. We have to balance this. We have to make sense. This has to make sense. So I need to hear from you, Commissioner, what your thoughts are around that, because your response around the K-12 was, well, we could just use the distance learning. You didn't use distance learning, but you basically said, a teacher don't have to physically be in the classroom. So let's talk about that some.
So thank you for the question, Senator. As mentioned in the testimony, we are looking at a magnet program, exactly what you were talking about, where we explored the fine arts and music making that a specialty school. We also looked at environmental engineering and possibly partnering with the national park to offer courses in a STEM-related field. Those have not been finalized, but we definitely are moving towards that magnet program, and that would allow students to traverse from St. Thomas, like you just mentioned, if they are interested in those specialties.
Okay, well, thank you for your response, but that's something that requires another level of discussion because I believe that also requires legislation, okay? So we need to be mindful of that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Joseph, you had a point of inquiry?
I did, and it's relative to the education. Now, I understand in the transfer documents, it also mentioned tertiary education. I know that the Ralph O. Wheatley Skills Center, which provided services to St. Jonian who want to earn career pathways in certification, is now being moved to the far western end of St. Thomas. Are you anticipating having those type of certification programs at this proposed site, should it pass?
It really depends on, just like what Senator Gregory was talking about, if we choose to have a magnet program and it requires those types of certification, then most definitely we will have that in place for the students of St. John or the students of Julius E. Sprouse School.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, for your response, Commissioner. Next, we'll recognize the Senate Vice Chair, Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Please recognize the mic of the Vice President, Vice Chair Blyden.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner Hangerington and your staff there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. I want to say good afternoon to all of folks of Love City, and thank you for being here for such an important topic of discussion. I first would like to start by saying, basically, I have spoken to many folks in St. John, in particular the young people. That's who I spoke to, because this is about them, the future. In about 50 years, most of us might not be here, but they're going to be here. They're the ones going to be taking charge. So they're the one I spoke to mostly. And in the commissioner's testimony, she mentioned the purpose for the swap. And it spoke to several areas of interest. Number one, a shelter. Number two, a school, a sporting facility, a place where people can meet, etc. And to me, that speaks to community. It speaks to togetherness. It speaks to a lot more than just a school. And in saying that, I must say that, as the commissioner stated, that the stars are aligned. The timing is perfect in terms of funding, opportunity, and it also talks to economic development. It talks about jobs. It talks about creating more jobs for people here in St. John, where they don't have to leave St. John to go elsewhere to look work. So it speaks to all these things. And we're speaking to over $100 million investment. And as was stated, it's going to be the largest investment on the island of St. John. That speaks volumes. I too went on the trip to Whistling Key and Katerinburg. And Commissioner, let me ask you in respect to Whistling Key, what's the amount of acreage that can be developed on that piece of parcel? And what's the acreage that can be developed at Katerinburg?
I would allow Ms. Cowell to answer that, Senator.
Good evening, Senator. Shanil Callwood, VIDE architect. Regarding Whistling Key, developable property on Whistling Key, maybe perhaps 3 acres, and you would have to put developable in quotation marks because there's no road or bridge over to Whistling Key. You have to arrive by water. There is no dock. There's not even a dinghy dock at Whistling Key. So all of that infrastructure would have to be placed there. There is no electricity at Whistling Key. So either you build a plant or something to get that. So really, it's doubtful that it could be developed, and it's already designated as an area for protection of natural resources and wildlife. So no, it can't be developed. As opposed to the Katzenberg site, we have sequestered away 3 acres where the historic artifacts are, which would not be developed, leaving us with 8 acres. And the proposal that you saw in the flyover develops about 5 of those acres, leaving another 3 for future growth and development. And I did misspeak earlier when I said the size of the school was for 250.
1 minute.
That is the current more or less high population. The school is designed for 460 students. So it would accommodate quite a number of students from St. Thomas.
Thank you so much for that information. And in respect to Whistling Key, it's undeveloped land. And I just stated what, in your estimation, would be the cost in terms of getting there, whereas folks can get to that land.
30 seconds.
Extraordinary cost. You have to ship to St. Thomas, then ship to St. John, then put it on a special boat to take it to Whistling Key, then build a dock to take your materials off just to try to do something there.
But I just wanted to make that clear so everyone could be on the same page, because it's important to know exactly the return on investment, basically. Right. And in closing, because my time was called, I just wanted to say again, I spoke also to a young man who spoke to me yesterday in respect to him, Mr. Chair, if I may conclude, him leaving St. John because he refused, and he spoke to his dad before he made a decision to be catching a boat back and forth. You know, now he's back home, he's a school bus driver, and he actually takes the kids, pick them up from school, take them to the boat, and he's sometime there at 4:30 in the morning. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable for our students. And if I have anything to say about it, I'm going to vote in affirmative when the time comes, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. If the Madam Timekeeper could put 5 minutes on the clock for me, please. I want to say that I had the opportunity to walk those hollow grounds, those sacred grounds just yesterday, and certainly at Whistling Key and at Katzenberg. 175 years of emancipation. 175 years of emancipation. Are we truly free? I could see disenfranchisement here. What side of history are we going to find ourselves on at the conclusion of this vote? It's unfortunate. Look how the federal government have us once again. It's unfortunate. They have the knees on our throats. They give us a little, take a little. What are we gonna do? For 50 years, our students have been disenfranchised. The commissioner said it. In the St. Croix district, we got 2 public high schools. In the St. Thomas district, we have 2 public high schools. Here in St. John, ninguno, none, nada. How long will they have to suffer? National Park Service, in my opinion, is a blessing and a curse. What will this place have looked like if we didn't have the Park Service around here? Another concrete jungle? Would this be the Love City that we come here and expect? Would those locations, those property that was deeded to the National Park Service, would they have been hotels, resorts, buildings all over the place? Those are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. So we have already lived our life somewhat. And now we're asking for the generation behind of us to endure the very same hardship that we had to endure. Is that fair to them? How do we live with ourselves? Is that fair to them? They're simply asking to be educated at a location close to them, so that they could ride their bike, they could walk, they could catch a bus. Not continue to toil in order to be able to get an education. What are we doing to them? What are we doing to their psyche? What are we doing to their self-esteem? What are we doing to their morale? Those are the questions I struggle with. I find myself wanting to be on the side of history where I provide an opportunity for these individuals. That fleeting opportunity that the federal government is offering us, once again. Take it or leave it.
1 minute.
What are we gonna do? Divide and conquer. They put us a fight against each other so that we can make a decision. Is that fair to us? Is that fair to this community? Is that fair to our children? It's a tough decision to make. I agree we should not have to give up anything. But don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
30 seconds.
I'm about to show a video of Whistling K because I know many St. Johnians have not seen Whistling K. And I want you to see what we're asking. And it's not giving up. The Park Service can't take our land and go to place with it. That's the reality. It can't be dug up and go no place else. It's right there and there and there. My fellow Virgin Islanders, we have a decision to make.
Time.
For the benefit of those that remain behind us. Media, please show the video of Whistling K. Now, while we wait for the video, a point of inquiry, Senator Gittin.
I'm not sure if in that video that we'll be looking at our discussion yesterday for the map to be placed on the screen so everyone could see the water borders, which is controlled and operated by the Park Service. You know, if we have that to,
I'm sorry,
to show
say again.
the map that we discussed yesterday that shows the boundaries.
That'll be available. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll see the video and then we show the map of the Park Service property. Media. Commissioner, you can feel free to narrate. Is this just a video that was taken as we, I guess, go around after we left the Custom House, London, the Pebble Stone area?
Yes, Senator, and actually, that was my first time actually being that close to Whistling Key, except passing through the channel. And as you can see, it is a rocky mass. You do see some vegetation to the top, but it's really a lot of rocks. In order to get close to the island, several of the senators were brave enough to get on the dinghy and traverse to the island. I did not. Senator Giddings and I stayed on board. On board the ferry to tell the story. No. But I mean, it is what you see there. It's not much of anything, Senator Giddings. I'm sorry. And you can see at the top that that's where the vegetation is. So I'm not an architect, but based on Ms. Calwood's expertise, it would take a really lot to develop that property. And so this is what we have proposed to exchange for usable land that can be used to build a much needed school. There was some works there, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think the point that continues to be made is the fact that, you know, those, I guess, the fishing abilities for fishermen, local fishermen, of course, there's no commercial fishing allowed, you know, on Hassel Key. However, you know, any other access, local access is totally allowed and will continue to be allowed as the consideration moves forward on this. Real quickly, Senator, you had asked for the map to be shown. I would like to ask media to if they could just show the map that identifies some of the location by which the Park Service property and boundaries resides. If you could zoom in a little bit more so that we can see a greater out, minimize or zoom out or in, so you can be smaller, right? Correct. So those dark lines are the boundaries by which the Park Service control the waters, as you can see. And that falls right in the same area as the Fungi Passage, which is the island between St. John and, well, Maho Bay and Francis Island and the Whistling Key.
And Senator, if I may, one of the things that was an eye-opener for me, and I don't know if the senators who are present would agree, I was not aware that the national park already had the water rights. And so it was explained to us that the water rights were given to the national park back in 1968, I believe. Don't quote me on that one. But we have been using those waters. So what the national park superintendent indicated is you're gonna have the same usage. That's not going to change. And again, our exchange is the land. It's not the water, it's the land. And so that was an eye opener for me because I realized that many of the fishermen and many of the people who use that area were very, very concerned that their rights would be taken away. So it was comforting to me to know that that's not the case.
Very well. So we have a couple of point of inquiries. I'd like to go to those real quickly and please be considerate. We still have a whole panel of citizens that want to come forward to testify on this matter. You know, so we want to give them the opportunity to do that. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your quick point of inquiry.
Thank you. One of the things that have been consistently discussed here has to do with Whistling Key and how it's just for stone and it's stone, etc. But one of the things that in doing research, Whistling Key is a huge tourist attraction here in the territory. You guys might not be aware of it, but a lot of people take tours, a lot of people go snorkeling, go around the island. And if you don't understand that, just Google it and you will see the flutterer of tours that come up in regards to Whistling Key. So it's just not some simple abandoned place that's rock stone that nobody really cares for. But my quick point of inquiry in regards to it is to the chair through legal counsel. Legal counsel, I would really like for you to give me and the audience an understanding as it relates to our laws and the protection of our shorelines, because Whistling Key directly has a shoreline. And I know the law says we cannot sell any type of shorelines here in the territory, trade, whatever the case is. Could you please give me a better understanding to that as well as the public? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Legal counsel? Attorney Tops, you understood the question?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair to Senator Francis Heidegger, are you asking about
But we trade or whatever when it comes to our shorelines? Could you please expound on that for clarity on how that potentially would affect this deal as it relates to the protection of the territory as to also why that law was put in place? Thank you.
Well, before you do that, Attorney Tops, there's a legal opinion that has been circulated to all of the senators. Are you asking for something contrary
Well, to the
what
senators,
legal-
not to testifiers, not to the public, not to anybody.
It's available, it'll be posted on the site and be available for
Well,
everyone
why
to
are you
view.
questioning me? That was my point of inquiry and I have the right to ask it.
Senator,
But,
let's move on. Next, that's all right, Senator. You were out of order. You were out of order, Senator. You're out of order. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of inquiry. Senator, you're out of order. You're out of order, Senator. All right? Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of inquiry. Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I believe that my colleague asked a legitimate question. The point of
Senator DeGraff, do you have an inquiry? You have a point of inquiry?
I do, but again, you know,
there's a legal opinion that was issued in regards to the very same question that she's asking for legal counsel now to again reinterpret.
Right, but it doesn't mean when she asked for a point of inquiry and you gave it to her, it becomes her time and she asks a legitimate question.
And I have addressed that. So do you have a point of inquiry at this time?
I do, but you know, again,
I will address that. Do you have a point of inquiry at this time?
I do have a point of inquiry, but again, as the minority leader, I have to agree with my colleague being in the right. And it was unfair to her what was done. But through the chair to Department of Education, has there been any other options posed as to what we could do to get a school going on St. John, other than what's on the floor now? Were there any other options?
As I mentioned before, the negotiations for possible land options started under the MAP administration. I know several community members came forward. Again, that involvement in that piece was really done from the governor's level. I know of the Chocolate Hole area. I know the Myra Keaton Smith Center area. I personally spoke to the Moses is about the property across. There has been some conversation about partnering with Gift Hill. There have been additional keys that have been looked at. And during the Brian Roach administration, we decided to move forward with approaching the national park about the whistling key option.
Okay, so there are others on the board. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
It's actually a point of information, Mr. Chair. And you know, sometimes that's why we have to have some light moments, because we don't work hard in this institution. But sometimes we take the stress home, we take it to our families and everything. So, Commissioner, while you gave the story about us staying on the boat, you should have told them why I didn't go over, right? But it's okay. I just didn't go because I didn't want to change my shoe. But Mr. Chair, my point of information on a serious note. Now, some may say that I should not put this on a record, but I want Mr. Richard Mota Jr. from the Office of the Governor know publicly, let this be the last time that you text my personal phone with your insults, calling me or telling me I sound like an idiot because of my line of questioning. And yes, the public needs to know this, because this is a disrespect that the first branch of government takes from the Office of the Governor. People need to know their place. But publicly, I'm telling you, let this be the last time that you text this phone, because I know how to address this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. At this time, we'll go to Commissioner. I'll allow you to give a closing statement at this time. While we bring
Mr.
up
Chair, I have a quick point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the government officials that are there, since we were not necessarily involved in much of any of the discussions, rather, with regards to this whole land swap. Are you aware of the matter with Rhode Island? No, it's Rhode Island, and the fact that the national park, through, of course, the Department of Interior, they actually gave Rhode Island some property for the purposes of several, I'm not sure what it was for, but on those properties, there were lighthouses and there was no land swap included in that. Are you aware of that? Has any research been done from the GVI side of the house as it relates to what has happened in other states as it relates to the National Park Service?
I am not intimately familiar with what you're referencing. However, I believe in one of the town hall meetings, Delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, mentioned that. And I believe that she was going to inquire about it, but I am not intimately knowledgeable of that, Senator.
Yeah, so that's something that we really need to look at. I believe that, making this decision, we have to cover all of our bases. So it can't be something that folks are going to look into and they haven't. This is a decision that we have to make as a legislators. So all the bases have to be covered. Somebody from the government should have said, yes, Senator Fred Gregory, we looked at it, and this was the impetus for them to move in whatever direction. So I find that to be an issue, Mr. Chair. Okay?
Very well. Thank you. Yes, your point is well taken. Senator Capehart, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought we were going to have a second round with these testifiers, but I thought it was important that I make it clear that no water rights, both access or fishing rights, are being exchanged or forfeited by the Virgin Islands government in this transaction, because Whistling Key already sits within the National Park Service. So that's why I was asking if DPNR Environmental Enforcement, who enforces also the waterways, to make sure we remove any doubt that all our citizens for recreational purposes will be able to use, and it be clear and documented, because this is an issue. This is a pamphlet by NPS, and there's a lot of do's and don'ts about mooring, about the size of your boats and dinghies and things to be anchored. I just want to make sure that there are not like heavy constraints as what people have been doing all these years in that area. So I just wanted to make sure that before we even vote next week, if we could we go into another committee of the whole for us a hot minute. I don't know, Mr. Chair, but I think there's still a lot of things that we need to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. At this time, Commissioner, I'll give you 1 minute, a wrap up, and then we'll just switch out the testifiers so that we could get the citizens to weigh in on this matter as well.
So thank you, Senator Francis, and the rest of the members of the 35th legislature for giving me and my colleagues an opportunity to put our point on record concerning the government of the Virgin Islands and the impact that whatever decision is made would have on the future development of the new school in St. John. The agreement before us is a sale and not land, and it's not a sale, sorry, it's an exchange. And we need to make sure that we are aware of that. If I were approached to take land from anybody on this island, I wouldn't be here today. I do agree that the national park has a lot of our land here on St. John, but this is a key. And when it comes to children, anybody would have a problem with me because I'm erring on the side of the future generations. I think I've made myself absolutely clear here today, and I don't waver in my opinion regarding the future of these Virgin Islands. I am speaking as a resident of St. John, as an educator on the island of St. John, as now the commissioner. And one of the things, unlike Senator Gittins, I also received numerous text messages this evening. And I want to say this, sometimes decisions are not favorable, but decisions are required because of progress and because of needs. And someone texted me, and I didn't know anything about this, came from St. Croix. And they told me to mention in my closing the fact that in St. Croix, we had to give up a whole community north of the airport for the expansion of the international airport. And so while sacrificing is not something we like, in order to progress and fill the necessary needs, we have to pivot and bend. And persons with homes, etc., work more than this empty island, right? Were taken. And that was taken because at that time, we felt that the expansion of the airport was important. And so today, I am saying to you, senators, that the government of the Virgin Islands feels that our children are just as important as an airport, as a piece of property. You can't put the value of property next to the future of these Virgin Islands, not with me in the room. And so for me, I understand my people and how they feel. Yes, the national park should, but I'm not in Congress. We don't have the rights to determine if they're going to donate land or not. That's a congressional decision. But right now, I could tell you as the commissioner that I'm about to get this money to build a new school on my island where I was born and raised. And so that's the point I need to drive home this evening to you all. We have had to pivot before. This ain't the first time. Is it right? No. But in order to progress, we have to do it. So I'm asking you to weigh the options very carefully because you're talking about our children. And I'm going to end by saying this, no daggers towards any of you, but we talk about children being the priority. Everybody does it. Every single person does it. Education, education, everybody has the decisions and the right choices to make for education. I need y'all to put that ink or that boat in the right spot because our children's future of St. John is important and they deserve to have choice. They deserve it. And so that's my closing. Senator Francis, thank you again for allowing Chanel and I to join you on the tour of Whistling Key. Again, that was my first time, and I had a nice time with you, senators. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for allowing us to bring testimony this evening.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And at this time, what we'll do is change out the testifiers, and we'll bring on there's two groups that will be coming. The first group will be the Honorable Amanda Rocky Liebert, Olasi Davis, Clarence Stevenson. You'll be in that group, as well as Yvonne Wells, Laurie Limon Santos, and Julian Harley. And then the second group will be the Honorable Carmen Wesselhoff, David Silverman, Ida Smith, Russell Christopher, and Dr. Hadiya Sua. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 3 minutes while we switch out the testifiers. Good evening to everyone and those that have just tuned in. We're here at the Cleon Creek Legislative Conference Room this evening for hearing the matter of an act ratifying the land transfer between the government of the Virgin Islands and the government of the United States through the Department of Interior Park for track number 02-101 Whistling Key, aka Whistling Island, Cruise Bakewater, and track number 01-137A, Catherineburg, Cruise Bakewater, St. John, Virgin Islands. We heard from the governor's team before in this proposed land exchange, and now we're hearing from private citizens of the community. At this time, we'll start with you, Mr. Liebert. Just identify yourself for the recorders, and then we'll come back and start to take the testimonies.
Ready?
Yes.
Good evening.
Just your name for now.
Oh, Almani Rocky Liebert.
Very well. Ms. Wells.
Yvonne Wells.
Use the mic, please. Use the mic.
Yvonne Wells, resident.
Very well.
Julian Harley, resident.
Oh.
Lassie Davis.
Dr. Sprout.
Gilbert Sprout.
Say it again in the mic, please recognize.
Gilbert Sprout.
Thank you. The mic is not on.
Clarence Stevenson, St. John resident.
Very well. Ms. Monsanto.
Monsanto.
Very well. All right. Again, they're here, and testimonies have already been circulated and available for my colleagues. And we'll start off with you, Rocky Liebert. Armando Rocky Liebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, President Noble Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, viewing and listening audience. I'm Armando Rocky Liebert. I am pleased to have this opportunity to speak on this most important subject today. A subject that have been talked about for many, many years. I was born in Cruz Bay. I grew up in Eden, Coral Bay. I attended the Benjamin Franklin School, now the Guy Benjamin School. And then I moved on to the Julius Sprout School and subsequently went on to high school at the Charlotte Amalia High School. My school day began daily around 5 a.m. and ended around 5 p.m. when I would return at home. I say this to say that I'm not speaking about something I heard about, but rather what I've experienced. I think it would be difficult to find anyone who doesn't support education. So let's analyze this issue. I want to start with the national park, who represents, to me, a major part of the economic development for the island of St. John. And if the truth is told, many tourists come here because of the excellent job the National Park Service have done in protecting, maintaining our environment for residents and visitors alike. It's one of the main reasons why our tourist numbers for the island of St. John continues to remain high year after year. The National Park Service also holds the key to our economic development. The fact that the part of the park that deals with development would come from this high school. It will bring employment and it will bring opportunity. The other part is Canal Bay, which is one of the largest employers of this island. If they resume, we'll have opportunity, we have a place for our people to work and live. I support that. But all is not well with the park. Everything is not perfect. There are issues with roads, the issues with taxis, the issues with the concession, and those issues need to be addressed at another issue, another time. Should we swap land to educate our people And my personal feeling is no. However, Whistling Key is an island of, and today the numbers fluctuated. I had in my 15 acres where no one resides. This property that is up for exchange of a school does not in any way affect the quality of life of St. John residents. In fact, in August of 2006, the then Governor Charles Turnbull entered into discussion with the Secretary of Interior at that time, Dirk Kempton. It was Governor Turnbull who proposed a land exchange where the government would receive land within the St. John National Park in exchange for several keys of St. John. As I look at this swap deal, I wish that a cadre of elected officials, to include the governor, delegate to Congress, senators, would have had the insight to discuss this issue with the sitting president of the United States, since he frequently visits the VI. I also hope that a group known to us as Friends of the Park would have made their position clearly and go on and lobby, because that's what they do. They do a good job in lobbying, lobby Congress for it. After all, I hope they would be friends to St. John, because St. John needs some friends too. But considering what is being said around the world today about us in the Virgin Islands, and in recent days and months, they're using the media, which is not necessarily the kind of news we want to have. We also have to keep in mind the present climate in Washington. We are dealing with a body that is against abortion rights, affirmative action, just to name a few. Let us not forget that we have also been fighting for years to make our rum cover over permanent. And the other issue has been to increase our Medicare and Medicaid. These are issues that Congress have to deal with, just like this issue here with this property. So if that's ready and they want to do that, then I would say, let's do it. But if not, then I'm for this favor of this land swap. St. John's are tired of watching or waiting for this long-awaited Promise High School. As a youngster who wanted to play sports and be involved in certain school clubs, I could not participate because I had to worry about getting back home. I didn't have any family there that I could stay in St. Thomas. And the boats in those days stayed up until 7 o'clock. It's not like now, where you can come to 12 o'clock. Those days, if you miss the 7 and you're gonna have a place to stay, you know what I mean. It's been 53 years since I graduated from high school. And the people of St. John have complained about many things throughout the years. But today, I pray that the lack of a high school could no longer be a thing of the past. I mean, it should be something, the thing of the past. I want to say that I'm hoping that you members of this body will make sure that our school will provide access, opportunity to technology, to the arts, and for sports, so that our young children will get a chance, a well-rounded education, better than what I had when I was going to school. Because the world has changed, and we need to provide that opportunity. Just open up the minds with this new school. And lastly, I want to say, as you deliberate this bill before you, I encourage each of you to put it through the rotary test, the 4-way test. And it goes like this. Is the swap the truth?
Is the swap fair to all concerned? Will the swap build goodwill and better friendship? Will the swap be beneficial to all concerned? I believe it will. And last year, say, and I quote you, Mr. President, you take my quote. It says, remember, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Former Senator Rocky Liburd, and next we'll go to Ms. Yvonne Wells. You will recognize for your testimony. 3 minutes on the clock.
Honorable Noel Francis, President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, other honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yvonne Wells, mother of the Commissioner of Education, Dion Wells Hedrington. I am speaking as a former educator and proponent for public education, and not as Commissioner Wells Hedrington's mother. Thanks very much for granting me this opportunity to address you regarding the proposed bill for the land swap between the government of the Virgin Islands and the national park. Let me begin by stating that public education for the people of St. John has been challenging for over the last 70 years, more or less. During my mother's growing up on this island, few youngsters were educated beyond the 6th grade. The more affluent residents, though few, were able to send their children to Antigua to advance their education. Children walked for miles to get to school. If you wanted your child to get a high school education, you had to pay for room and board in private homes on St. Thomas. Before the inception of the Julius Strauss School, children had to commute all the way into CAHS to do their high school. Then as time moved on, Strauss School went to the 9th grade, making a transition to St. Thomas for high school more palpable. However, our children were always at a disadvantage in being able to participate in extracurricular activities. Transportation was a major factor. And the further out you lived, the more difficulty was experienced. Julius Strauss School is in the heart of Cruz Bay with all the commercial activity and surrounded by bars. We keep giving them licenses, bars and restaurants. In recent years, those who live in the East End, Johns Valley, Mandal, Coral Bay communities have had to be up and get ready to meet the bus at 6 a.m., returning home close to 6 p.m., easy 12-hour days. All this with no ability to participate in extracurricular activities and little time to study before having to get ready for the next day and its ordeal. If my mind serves me correctly, plans for a comprehensive educational complex were worked on during the Turnbull administration when Mr. Gaylord Sproul was superintendent of schools. Mr. Julian Harley was the administrator. I was principal at Julius Strauss School at that time. The vision, excuse me, the vision was similar. Catherine Berg was the proposed site. and the national park was not in agreement. However, the current plan is much more comprehensive. Nothing should come between our children and their education. But like everything else, there is good and bad in everything. The national park has brought great recognition to St. John worldwide. It has helped in the preservation of our beaches and historical sites. Most, if not all, the land owned by the park slipped through the hands of our elders, directly or indirectly. It is just what it is, reality. However, it's unconscionable to now be faced with the reality that the park, having such an abundance of land, is by no means willing to give back to the community for building a school. What is the word? They are not in the business of doing that. Building a school should be our #1 priority. Ideally, it would have been great for the Park Service to give the Catherineburg estate to the local government free of encumbrances in lieu of swapping Whistling Key. I agree with a statement in the draft bill in reference to the student involvement. Those of us who are believers continue to affirm that all things work together for the good of those who believe. And as such, we look for good in every situation. Irma and Maria caused major devastation in our islands. The good that came out of the situation has been the opportunity for us here in the territory to get the needed funding to replace and renovate our existing outdated facilities, to adequately provide the learning environments needed for our children to become equal to others throughout the United States. We have the opportunity of a lifetime. I have said it, I have heard it said that we do not have the numbers to warrant a high school. I beg to differ. We need to plan with vision for future growth. In addition, it is past time that St. Thomas, St. John, being a district, operate in like manner, not only when it is convenient for some people. Schools in this district should offer all the disciplines, career paths, and students should be able to attend where their interests are, whether in the sciences, technology, fine arts, vocational, or whatever. St. John must have its own public school. St. John must have its own public school. Many private schools just cater to the brightest and the best. Students with special needs are not desired by their standards. No school on St. John should be allowed to take on the education of the masses. I've heard it said, make Gift Hill the high school. Make it the charter school for St. John. I vehemently oppose the idea. No way. Private schools can operate on St. John. However, we need government-run public school on St. John. Many are outraged regarding the swap of Whistling Cave for the Catherineburg site because the park should not own any more property. But let me interject here. I get it, but believe it or not, there's nothing, not a one of us in this room could do. When we hear next week, the park got more land, because I guarantee you the park will get more land. But if all aspects were explored, and there's no other way, we cannot continue to deny our children the future construction of a 21st century facility for a school. Our children should not be pawns in this equation. The irony about it all is that we, all of us, we were in a deep sleep, and an earthquake jolted us. So suddenly we jump up and realize that we needed to save Whistling Key. No more land for the park. A major concern I have had with the swap was the ownership of the water surrounding Whistling Key. I dreaded the park's usual restrictions relative to the surrounding waters that they control. However, having heard that the park had already turned over the waterways surrounding that island, I was relieved, because I was concerned about guaranteeing the local fishermen access to continue fishing in and around the area. In my estimation, the whole thing is okay. Legislators, I know I'm stepping out of place, but I want you to hear me. We need to put aside our own picayune differences. In my humble estimation, it appears that the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., in his eagerness to get things moving, may have bypassed your body and went ahead and established parameters on behalf of the community. Granted, he may have overstepped his boundary. He may have overstepped his boundary. I implore you, though, to put aside the politics. Chastise him if you must for his atrocity, but do not let it cause us to lose sight of our need to begin the process to get a well-needed school for the children of St. John. Time is of the essence. Thanks for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yvonne Wells, retired educator. Next, we'll go to Mr. Julian Harley. Good night, sir. You recognized for your testimony.
I want you to bear with me, because I'm recovering from vertigo, and sometimes I get blurry and I can't see good. Good evening, Senator Francis, President of the 35th Legislature, and all other senators present here this evening. My name is Julian Harley. I'm an indigenous St. Johnian. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinion about a land swap with the national park. I am totally against it. The national park owns about 60% of the land on St. John. They do not pay any taxes. The national park also continuously gets land from continentals who are getting up in age and need to leave the island so they could be closer to medical services and other family members. When these people leave, they're not selling the land to anyone who is Black or local. Cruz Bay is the gateway to the national park. But what is the national park doing to help make Cruz Bay better for locals or tourists alike? My uncle Noble Samuel raised me after my mother died, so I grew up in the national park. Let it be known that the park from long ago and the park now is completely different. The park's decision makers are changing our culture. We locals don't do a lot of things we used to because the decision makers say we can't. They have brought rules that change things from how we St. Jonians knew it, and a high percentage of the previous national park employees also lived on St. John, even raised their families there, including the superintendent and his family. They were involved in everything happening on St. John. When I was the administrator, Superintendent King sent an employee named JR to show me where the land for the school would be. I took him to an area known as Hammer's Farm in the Katrinburg area. We walked away in the bushes and I showed him. The next thing you know, people who live close to the area came to my office, agreeing that a school is needed, but that site we choose wasn't good. I guess it was too close to the expensive homes. I told them we could plan a buffer so it wouldn't decrease their home value. But they were hell-bent on not having anything like a school so close to them. I was then asked by the superintendent how much land would be necessary. After meeting with some St. John educators and a former principal of Eudora Ken, I told the superintendent about 15 to 20 acres. They said they didn't have that much, and I suggested some area across the street next to the Judge Simmons housing. That was the end of that. I want you all to understand that we are getting the benefit from the national park, such as restaurants, taxi services, boat charters, to name a few. But they're also holding landowners hostage by not allowing them to have access to the properties through the construction of roads. Eventually, those same landowners have to sell what they have. The national park needs to step up and do the right thing. The park, our park, is one and only park. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This park, our park, is the one and only national park where you have landowners within the park. What needs to happen is change whatever rules or laws are necessary and just give us St. Jonians the damn land for our school. This situation reminds me of when St. Jonian Toval Moorhead went to Washington to fight against the federal government when they wanted to relocate all the residents of St. John so that the island would become completely federal land. Believe it or not, there were some people on St. Thomas who were actually helping to try and achieve that goal, but St. John stood their ground. And today, we are standing our ground again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julian Harley. Next, we'll go to Mr. Lassie Davis. Professor, you are recognized.
Good evening, President Francis and all the presidents and those in the audience. My heart is broken. I listened back there. Apparently, the senators were not in the game from the beginning. My advice to you, see those other options and talk to those people. For what I saw what I heard tonight, and I work for the federal government, even though I'm a person for UBI for years. So I recommend, before you make a decision, to see those other options. This is the first time I had a land swap. I was involved in a land swap with Governor Humboldt, who worked in my brother, who was a farmer senator, Liston Davis. My great-grandmother was born 7 years after emancipation here in St. John, 1855. I could go back. So my root is deep in here. My first time in St. John was 1967. There were 900 people. So who could tell me about St. John? My heart is broken. I really said to you what happened in 1999 in St. Christ with the Great Pan and the bill issue. Probably my good friend Rocky, he probably in the Senate at a particular time. The land was given. When I deal with land, I deal with deeds, not emotions. And what the deeds say, they can come back and haunt you. And it's still here by warranty deed of December 17, 1974. We donate Camp Iowa to the people of the Virgin Islands. The gift was accepted on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands of the United States by the governor of the Virgin Islands, which accept this gift in trust for the people of the Virgin Islands, knowing that it's being given to the people in perpetuity for the express and direct purpose of beach, park, and other public recreation use. Camp Iowa is a public trust land and assure the people of the Virgin Islands and visitors to our shores access to a Great Pond Bay, an ample space and land right on the bay for public park and recreation. In St. Christ, included Farmer Senator Chucky Hanson, we carried the government to court, and the government lost the case. So asking your guy to do your homework, because you won't get sued, but the park will get sued. You have to know the intent of the individual that donated the land to the park or what it says in there. It will come back and it will hunt us. So that's why I mentioned the Great Pond example. And Governor Tumble, and he pretty well, he came over and he spoke to me and said, Governor, I disagree with you. And what killed that whole deal? In perpetuity. Even the governor's attorney said, well, Lassie, we can't win this case. So you need to know exactly the language, the land that was donated to the park, and also the deed when the park became a national park and was given not only to us here, but to our nation too as well. You need to understand those deeds, because anyone in the community can come and sue. And there's other areas in the world now I could talk about because of the time, make it a good one. For me, put it quickly, the Drexel lookout used to have vendors. They're not there anymore, right? The reason for that, because they were not for that purpose. And the landowner said, if we don't remove those, we're taking the land back. So that's why I mentioned you need to see the language. And even though during the Great Pond, the council, lead council, they said, told the senators them, in a good idea. No, they went ahead and still vote for it. And the people carried them to the government to court and lost the case. And it became not only local, but it became national. Because I get called from Dallas Morning Star as well. Now, to my point, there is no comparison with Catherine Borg and Whistling Key. I've been to Whistling Key. You know how Whistling Key became a sanctuary? It was George A. Seaman, who born in 1904, one of the first wildlife biologists in St. Croix. That's why he fought to preserve the culture in these islands and the natural resources. When he died, the legislator at that time, there's a law. And those keys, you should read the language of that. That's how those keys became protected and for that particular purpose. So you're not protected now. Now we'll get to my point. Catherine Board is at the national list. Historical place in the United States. It's a sacred area. Extremely sacred area. It was the planning area where they have the 1733 slave revolt. It is the first in the Western Hemisphere. Before Haiti, before the United States became independent in 1776, and before the Civil War in the United States. Think about that. But before that, a law was passed, 19 Code, trying to keep the slave on the plantation, and most slaves went away. 19 Code. September the 5th, 1733, General Fitzgerald, he was the governor at that particular time. And let's read 5 by the code. The Danish West Indies had the most brutal, harsh, barbaric, violent, and vicious in the Western Hemisphere. The first article, the leader of a runaway slave shall be pinched 3 times with a red hot iron and then hung. Each other runaway shall lose 1 leg, or if the owner pardon him, he shall lose an ear and receive 150 lashes. Any slave being aware of the intent of others to run away and not giving information shall be born in the face and then receive 100 lash. Those who inform of the plot of runaway, I call them bag of wire, they receive money. A Maroon who run away for 8 days shall be given 150 lashes. Maroon for 12 weeks shall lose a leg, and for 6 months shall fortify his life, unless the owner pardon him, in which he shall suffer the loss of a leg. I don't think I understand our history. I don't think you all really understand the history. This woman here, in the history of the voice, it was not the man, it was the female. November 23, 1493, when Columbus came here in St. Croix. It was a Calino woman, not a Carib. Now shoot the first shot. And he 2 or 3 Columbus men. And the area they call today, the Cape of the Arrow. 1733, a woman again, Catherine Borg. She stood up. We talk about a sacred area. She stood up and planned the revolution, the first in the Western Hemisphere. This area can become a World Heritage Site. You understand what a World Heritage Site is? She was the enslaved African in Coral Bay. I won't read it because of time. She died in Bronx Bay. Who have been to Bronx Bay? Along with 23 others, because she believed she not being captured by the enemy. There were enslaved folks that jumped over Maybe Point. There were slaves who jumped over. See in a moment. Ram's Head. These enslaved African in this island and throughout the Caribbean, they cut the head off and put the head on top. Yeah, I need some history in terms of the decision you're making, because the area that you decided on is sacred. Blood was shed for we today. So the decision that you make it is not something simple. And we just celebrate 175 emancipation. Do we understand what 175 I mean? But I was fortunate because my grandmother and great-grandmother, they was alive and told us coming down. Because my great-grandmother, Catherine, you can see she's Danish. My great-grandfather was white that owned slave in St. John. And tell us the story. From what she learned from her parents coming right down, even during the time when we have the transfer in 1917. She was 17 years old. One of my other grandmother. So I guess our history in terms of we here in the island. So there's no comparison.
Professor, I'm gonna need you to wrap up.
Okay, so there's no comparison in terms of the land value from Whistling Key to there. And that was the same judgment that was made during the first land swap I was involved in. You can't compare in terms of the artifacts and the history. But I will stay ready and take questions because I have a lot of stuff here. But before I finish, I really say and think about it. There were 3 of them born at the stake, 3 different plantations in St. John. I was previously informed by the governor while passing through St. Thomas that should I caught a few of the rebels, I would put most of them to death and send him the rest so that he could make an example of them. The following day, I informed him of their capture. He sent a judge who passed sentence for the sake of formality. I sent him 3 other rebels along with the 2 women and a request that he not have them executed until I be present. One was burned to death slowly. Another was sawn in half. And a third was impaled. The 2 Negro women had their head and hand cut off. After 5 had been tortured with hot pins in the tongue was Cruz Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Davis. Next, we'll go to Dr. Gilbert Sprout. You're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Senate President. And I want to thank very much the senators who showed up here this evening. In fact, when I got to Red Hook, I wasn't sure I was going to would be able to park because that parking lot is filled to the brim just about every day. And I did find a spot. But one of the things I noticed was quite a few black vehicles with nice government numbers parked like on the sidewalk and that type of thing. And I happened to make a little joke. I thought I was making a joke with a certain person who was sitting right next to me here a while ago. It turned out that I thought that he was a senator, and that you guys were getting all the privileges that the other people we couldn't get. We can't park, but hey, car park on the sidewalk. And I say, well, St. John really important today, you know. But anyway, it turned out I made a mistake. And it's great, wonderful to see the turnout. In many ways, many respects, this what's going on in St. John tonight is really this afternoon, and I'd risk saying that it's historic, because usually at hearings like this, especially when you talk about property rights and stuff like that, there's a set of people that come in the hall way before most of the people that look like you and me, okay? And they occupy these seats. I'm sorry if it offends anyone, but I have to say it happens. And our people out there arguing with each other. Some people out there taking a little sip of liquor or whatever it is. But this is serious business here today. And we appreciate the fact that so many of our people came out here today, and that you, Senator, with your leadership and your colleagues there, took it as serious business with St. Johnians to be in such numbers here in this hall. We really appreciate it. I have to make a little correction to the previous speaker. Just now, I hope we don't end up in a yard fight over it, but he said something that we just got to correct. Fortsburg is where, Fortsburg and not Katrinaburg, is where 1733 is commemorated. That's where the attack was made and the Danish fort. And it, you know, here it is. The family, I'm looking at people here, and I'm saying, you know, this is really a Virgin Islands St. John Callaloo in terms of, because we got the first two speakers on this panel, and the man sitting right next to me, all one family. And they're the Fortsburg people. And it had to be a little painful, sorry, previous speaker, but to hear you say the wrong thing, right? But, you know, no, you're wrong about that one. You're really wrong about that one there, okay, good. But we'll settle it, man, we good, okay? Now, so Mr. Harley was the third speaker, close cousin of mine, right? So happened that we're on the same side tonight. Good, don't always happen. Mr. Bolke representing, of course, his family and the good senator. And I have a feeling, and if you don't, I hope you and I, Senator Heiliger, ain't got to get into it if I make a little apology. Because I have a feeling, I know where a lot of your verve and your enthusiasm of putting forth some points came from tonight. Because although I ran against Leon Creaky, after whom this place is named, this room where we are, the two of us get along pretty good today. And I know that she would have been here tonight and she was going to light up everybody, except that she wasn't going to do it out of respect to me, because I told her we're going to be very civil tonight. We're going to get along. So I'm making a little apology on your behalf, okay? It's all right? Don't tell me out of place, please. Okay, we're good. Now, I have a brief statement here I want to make, because I had published, and it wasn't something more than a year ago, I expressed my feeling about Whistling Key. I made it absolutely clear how I felt about Whistling Key. And the Daily News, I hadn't asked them to any, you know, I didn't put any pressure on them or ask them to publish it as a guest editorial. And you have in your hands this evening from that original statement. But evidently, a lot of people didn't read it, and so I'm going to take, and ask your indulgence as I read just a couple of paragraphs out of that statement, right? I need to make it well known that first and foremost, I speak in favor of the construction of the public education facility on Catharinaburg. My strenuous opposition is to the government of the Virgin Islands and the National Park Service executing this proposed swap. It is with deliberate reluctance that I am making known to the actors in this proposed land trade that our patriarch, Gerhard A. Sproul, made possible at a very reasonable price to the government of the Virgin Islands, on which the land on which the George Simmons Terrace is located. A series of residences set aside for women heads of households, a residential community from which grandchildren of these local original homeowners in St. John, it is hoped, will hop and skip across the street to the school in the future. So if anybody had any doubts about me or anybody, or almost anyone opposing the school, and I have to say, when I probably came in at the wrong moment, because what I was hearing was, I was saying, I'm encouraging us to be civil. And what I was hearing was as though the executive of the Virgin Islands had set loose his war dogs. I'm sorry for the word. I take back the word war staff on us here. I know he's put out a call that he wanted people to go out and urge the senators to vote for it. But I didn't know, I don't remember ever and I've lived 86 years, God bless. I don't remember any governor in the past sending down a commissioner to really put the whip to us and the Senate, in the Senate, or to the general populace. I have not any, by the way, this shirt that is showing so nicely is from Karen Samuel and St. John, of that same beautiful Samuel family of Carl Bay, of which Fort Worth is the property, okay? So I mean, and I happen to be sitting behind a good commissioner, and so people, at least those who are at home, are getting to see some of the work out of Carl Bay, out of the Samuel family in Carl Bay. Excuse these excursions, but that's the way I try to connect with the culture of these Virgin Islands. And so basically, I'm saying that I am speaking, I had to bite my tongue to bring my father into this discussion about right across from Catharinaburg, Adrian land that became available. And so that these, who will be the children, who are the children coming out of St. John, likely to be going to that same school. So I see the school as something that's to happen. I'm not one who's given up and say, whatever the park. I am saying that, as Senator Fred did a little while ago, I think I understand pretty well what's needed of the people of St. John. We're gonna have to embarrass the Interior Department and the National Park Service. And Nigel, you know, they say, well, I won't laugh because it's a, you know, when Mr. Fields doesn't show up here, right? And you needed him to be here. It doesn't surprise me. is I have made myself available to Mr. Fields, and when I needed to hear from him, no answer, days and whatnot. So I'm not surprised you all are wasting your time if you expected Nigel Fields was going to be here. The heat was going to be on him, and that's why he's not here, okay? So basically what I'm saying, as I say in the last paragraph, it is against this background that I remind our government and the National Park Service that if ever magnanimity and reparations had their place in serving the public, especially the local population of St. John, who increasingly must move off this island due to largely to the park's preeminence in cultural erosion and disastrous demographic drift. Now is that time. The National Park Service needs to yield back the 11 acres into the hands of the people of the Virgin Islands for the education of our youth and to back off in its attempt to take even Whistling Key from us. And that's my basic statement that and I want to let you know, folks, that I came here from St. John, as I said, first of all, the parking situation, in spite of what Dow and what Bushalt and these guys, this view they have of Virgin Islands as to be the Shangri-La for the whole world. Okay, they better start thinking back a little bit and what's really happened globally, including what's happening with this temperature that's going up every day, and so on and so forth, and what we might be preparing to save, fish don't know that the water will boil in for him. Sometimes we got to think back a little bit.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank you very much. Yes. And I thank the people who made the path the way so I could come in to this hall. I came in a little late from St. Thomas, but everybody got out of the way so that I could come in here, and that you all have made it possible for me to make a brief statement. I hope it was brief. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spell.
A blessing to
Good
you.
to have you here this evening.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Chief Stevenson, you recognize your testimony at this time.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, before you go, you ready? We'll take a 2 minutes recess for the change of the recorder. Committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we are out of recess at this time. Mr. Stevens, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good evening, Honorable Senate President Noel Francis Jr., Honorable Senators of the 35th Legislature, people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Clarence Stevenson, a St. John resident. I stand here annoyed and perturbed. This evening, we are debating a potential land swap between the government of the Virgin Islands and the National Park Service. A swap that would ultimately lead to a pre-K to 12 school finally being built on the island of St. John. As a little boy growing up, I heard a story about Mr. Rockefeller donating land to the National Park Service with a provision that if the people of St. John ever needed land for a hospital or school, the National Park Service would give the land back to the people of St. John. Back then, Mr. Rockefeller probably had a verbal agreement with the park because in those days, your word was your bond. But now we live in a world where if it is not written, it did not happen. So the idea that the park would just give us the land was never an option during these negotiations. This evening, I have some friends on the opposite side of this debate. And while I feel the park should in good faith give us the land, what is the alternative? No school? Starting from scratch could cause the vision for the new school to shift because of increased construction costs, among other things. So tonight, what are we honestly saying to the children of St. John? Are they the priority or not? Then we have some people in this room who oppose everything that comes to this body for St. John. People who oppose for no other reason than to be opposition. People who would not know where Western Key was without Google Maps. People who say they are for the children until it is time to be for the children. I am annoyed with them. I pick my battles based on what I feel is ultimately best for the children of this community. For example, after the storms in 2017, a petition was going around to halt the assembly of the modulars on the Winston Wells Bar field. After I refused to sign the petition, a friend of mine said to me, "So you're just gonna let them destroy the field that is named in honor of your uncle?" And I told them, if my uncle was here and had to choose between occasional Saba games and the children of St. John's education, he would put the children's education first. Senators, when you vote on this later, I want you to picture a student waking up at 5:30 in Estate Adrian, and it's raining cats and dogs. This student puts on their school clothes and raincoat and walks 5 minutes to the bus stop. The bus arrives at 6:15 and transport that student to the ferry dock, where the student must now walk through the rain again to board the 7 a.m. school ferry. While on the ferry, the rain continues, but now let's add in the wind is high and the sea is rough. After the 15-minute boat ride, this student has to now walk to the prestigious Ivana Udereken High School again in the rain to start the school day. And after a full day of school and learning, this student has to repeat this cycle in reverse at 3 p.m. This was my story. I was that student in 1989. Now imagine those that live in Calabash Boom. The new school construction advisory board has included the public every step of the way. They have the standards in place and the money available, and they need this land swap to start building this much needed school for the children of St. John. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that riveting testimony there, Clarence Stevenson. And next we'll go to Ms. Lorelei Monsantos. You recognize for your testimony.
Good evening. Senator Francis, I'd like to state for the record that I don't need you screaming at me. So I just want to put out there. I don't want you screaming at me. I'm putting that out there. Good evening, good afternoon, the committee of the whole, for your parents, before your constituents to hear the fact. We want a school on St. John, but do not support a whistling key giveaway. My name is Lorelei Monsanto, and I have been on this issue for at least 3 decades. I requested of the Senate President of Legal Counsel to investigate VI Code 31, Section 205, which reads, "No portion of a shoreline shall be sold, leased, or otherwise disposed of by the government of the Virgin Islands." I was happy to hear tonight that you received that opinion, and the opinion tells you that you cannot enter into an agreement to dispose of Whistling Key unless you all try to change the law. So my next question would be, the Supreme Court, as to my knowledge, is the case law in reference to interpreting what the law says. So you really don't have the right to change the law until the Supreme Court references it. And this is based on Banks versus International Rental and Leasing Corporation, civil case number 2011-0037, which quotes, "The Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands possesses the inherent power to answer certified questions as the highest court in this jurisdiction." So with that said, I want to teach my students civics. I want them to learn what the law states, and I want them to be proud of their legislatures for following the law. There are other options and alternatives that were provided to the government of the Virgin Islands since 1922. We have that information on the record. So tonight, when you all, I was shocked to hear you said you all make a decision on the 28th. How are you going to make a decision when you're having a conversation now and you don't know all the facts? I was kind of confused on that issue. But anyway, I thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Monsanto, for your testimony. At this time, colleagues, I think that's all the testifier in group number 1. I'll allow for a 2-minute round to question them, and then we'll bring up the second group. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Good evening once again. First, I would like to thank the last testifier for actually reading into the record the actual law I was asking legal counsel for that the president refused to let her answer. But the main thing that I see here is I am in full support of this school. Like I said earlier, we need it. But I have to have a happy balance with the way we do things and what is necessary. We talk about teaching our children about history. We talk about the federal government being on our necks, but I have learned to recognize something. At times, we as our own people are the ones that are sitting on our necks. And unfortunately, we all don't have to agree on everything. That is the reason why people went to the polls and elected 15 different people, because we all have varying thought process. We all have varying ideas.
1 minute.
And we collectively come into these chambers and represent the people to the best of our ability. That's why you're having a dialogue with so many different opinions. But at the end of the day, on the 20th, not the 28th, is when we have session. And when that session takes place, a decision will be made by the members of this body. But I have to have answers.
30 seconds.
And my biggest issue here today is I don't have a lot of them. What was the intent of Ms. Bishop when she turned that property over to be preserved? Nobody's here to answer me. These are many things that are bothering me. I want the school. When I hear Ms. Hedrington, the commissioner, speak to, and Ms. Callwood speak to potentially the school will be a magnet school. It might have holding over 400 students. Now, St. Thomas could now come over. Isn't that defeating the purpose? The whole purpose is to stop children from getting up so early to catch the boat. So that's part of my questioning and trying to understand. But my time is up, so I'll continue as I listen to the testimony.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Next, we'll go to Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Good evening to all. I really do appreciate hearing the different opinions, the different version, but there's one common voice out there tonight, and I'm glad for that one common voice. The one common voice is we need a school in St. John. I am proud to hear that. None of the testifiers are against having that school. I feel your pain and your passion about the way the park have treated the St. Johnians or the people of St. John. But we can't let passion and vexation determine what we're going to do for our children. And I really do enjoy hearing from every one of you guys and your passion about what you want done on the island of St. John. And on the 28th, I have to make a decision for the people of St. John, but more for the children. And as I spoke earlier, I spoke to a young man that have to traverse and reach all the way to St. Paul's School. That's a long journey. And I spoke to his teacher, and his teacher said many days when he's talking to this young man, he can tell that he's fatigued, that he's tired. How do the children learn? We talk about education and the price of education, but try to find out the price of ignorance. Try to find out what the cost it is to jail our children when they don't have that education. And I stand firmly that I do want that school on the island of St. John for the people of St. John. I don't like the idea of the land swap either, but we have to make some decision that's going to be in the best interest of the people, but more for the children of St. John. I really don't have questions to ask. I really want to hear if there's more testifiers, but I'm very passionate about this too, to make sure that our children have a good learning space and they don't have to get up 5 o'clock in the morning. If we fail to act, how longer will it take for us to get something done for the children of St. John? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to just express my gratitude to each of the testifiers and everyone who is present this evening. And I think this is the beauty of democracy that allows us to express our opinions and our views. And sometimes we may not all agree on the same issues, but like my colleague mentioned before, there's one common ground here tonight, and that is our children. And we cannot allow our differences to stand in the way of our children and what they need. And I think the children and the people of St. John has been suffering long enough, and we have before us an opportunity to change that around. And like I said before, improve the quality of life, not only for our children, but generations to come.
1 minute.
And the quality of education. Now, I wasn't clear with Mr. Olassie Davis, Professor, with regards to what's your position on this, because I know you shared a bit about the history of Catherinesburg, but if I understand correctly, that sacred ground that you mentioned, that I agree with you, I had the opportunity to walk with my colleagues, go through the bushes and see the site and be present and see the grave site, see the stones.
30 seconds.
And the tree that is planted there. And you could tell that is sacred ground. But in this transfer, that sacred ground is being passed over to our people, to the government of the Virgin Islands. And there is agreement to preserve and support from the National Park Services to assist in providing educational resource and helping our children to really have an opportunity to visit those grounds and understand the struggles of our ancestors. So what's your position really with regards to the land swap, Mr. Davis?
Time.
My position is, like I said earlier, since I was involved in a land swap, you have to see the deed that when the land was turned over to the national park. You have to really, I don't think the 20 could do that. You know why? Because you go ahead with the project and then somebody sue. So you have to really see the deed. You have to really do your homework. I for the school, and I'll put this on the record, our government is not good in my lifetime, is not good in managing natural and cultural resources. They do a pretty bad job with that. But definitely, if you read my article at Summit, definitely at school in St. John. But you have to do not go and make a decision and then you regret it. Do that homework and see the deed and what the deed say. And then see the deed, what the record for them say. And then from there, you have a more clear contract and to make a decision.
Thank you.
But I for the school.
Thank you for sharing that and gives a little bit more clear understanding. Mr. Chair, if I may, do we have access to that deed? Was it among the documents that were shared?
It is, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it's available, and it's available on the public drive as well, and available to the public to view. So the deed is available, Professor Davis.
Thank you.
At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Bulkes. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too echo the sentiments of my 2 previous colleagues. And I also want to thank the testifiers for being here with us this evening and sharing your positions on this much needed subject. This situation is not an ideal situation. I believe that we have the proverbial fork in the road, like I mentioned earlier. But at what cost? Who loses more? In my case, I believe the children are the ones that lose the most. As one of those children once upon a time, I understand, and many of you here were those children once upon a time also. And you all know exactly what you had to go through just to commute over to the island of St. Thomas to receive
1 minute.
your education. And the need for a full-scale high school or public school K-12 on St. John has persisted for decades. Colleagues, we can finally address a pressing issue and provide St. John students, children, with the educational facilities that they deserve.
30
Delaying the
seconds.
process could result in prolonged educational hardships for current and future generations. Is that something that we really want for the children of St. John? We've looked at this up, down, sideways. We're not making a decision here today. However, I lean towards the children. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulkes. Senator Fred Gregory, you're online. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I agree with my colleague that the possession of Catherinesburg will actually be priceless to the children of the Virgin Islands, and especially with the passage of the Territorial Parks Act that he authored. I also want to point out to those of you who are saying about looking at deeds or other documents regarding restrictions on the federal government. If you know United States history and the federal government and the United States Constitution, will understand that the power of the federal government over public lands is without limitations. So when even if there was a restriction in the deed, which I don't think that the federal government would accept any deeds with restrictions, that in a case like this, once the federal government owns public lands, it can do with it what it wants to do with it. We want the federal government to begin to treat us with more respect as people of this territory. We would be fighting the same battles that a lot of states do over federal land. So it's not unique to us alone, but I believe that where we need to go is Congress if we want to be more forceful and persuasive about what's happening on the island of St. John, especially with respect to residents who are land. There are a lot of grievances, but at the end of the day, those are separate and apart, as former Senator Rocky Liebert said, from this issue today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator James. And next we'll go to Senator Potter. You recognize. For your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to really thank all of the testifiers who came here this evening, to put their official positions on the record. I, for one, have not made a clear decision as to where I'm going. So the information that you imparted today, I, for one, will be taking it under advisement when I make the final decision on one way or the other on this very important matter. But I wanted to ask the testifiers who are opposed to the land swap at this time to, first of all, I know you were not a part of the land exchange task force, but I wanted to get your insights as to, are you aware of any alternatives that were not taken under advisement that you would be willing to share with us briefly here this evening? So maybe beginning with you, Ms. Monsanto.
Yes, there was an offer that was
1 minute.
There was an offer that was submitted to the governor, Lorelei Monsanto. The Friends of the Park did offer up and put in writing 4 acres of land in Simeon Mandal, that it was 4 acres of historical property in Simeon Mandal. Okay, this is not to build a school, people. This is to use in the swap, right? Because we're talking about a swap. So they offered up 4 acres that they owned. Also, the VI government has submerged lands that were also offered to the national park, and they stated that the governor never came to them. They would be interested in obtaining those lands.
Thank you.
Yes.
Time.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for asking a question, because I hadn't touched on anticipating that. So you're in opposition, Sprout, then what is the alternative? And I can tell you that for the last few weeks, and with the help of Senator Liebert, actually, I've been canvassing in terms of whether there could be an approach made. And bear with me, because you have to give me a little time to explain. I'm not going to abuse the time. But all of us know that it's not just the issue of those St. Johnians who have become landlocked or have had a road blocked, the famous road out of the south side that was supposed to be an alternative road that would come up to through Estate 7 and Esperance, and then join the main road down to Coos Bay. That has been blocked, where the park actually put in big stones. One used to be able to, if you had a 4-wheel vehicle, or at least get a good ways down that road. And for many years, it hasn't been accessible because the national park took measures, I guess, because of ecological concerns, this and that and the other. But those are the Mundal people that, whose rights and people are paying their property taxes. And the taxes have become more and more onerous as the real estate people have gotten involved in this assessment and whatnot. And so many Virgin Islanders, many Sinjonians are challenged to come up with a plan to be able to save their land from being auctioned. This last Sunday, was actually in a meeting with members. We've been meeting in my family now for about a year, every 2 months, where we've come up with our plan and our contract. And if anybody misses on that contract, then the whole contract is nullified in terms of, paying up your taxes. So we've been able to do it. But also, one of the things I asked them this Sunday night, when I sit in a hearing this week over this land swap and the position I have, which I'm hoping that you other guys in the family, and we're talking about what was 7 families originally, 7 of us, the children of yacht, that I could confidently say, I can say with confidence, that if we have to start the ball rolling in terms of an alternative where some land from Sinjonians is brought into a land bank or whatever it is, that then presents an alternative that we could tell the park, keep your land without putting some obscenities on it, right? That we could say, we and St. John are solving the problem that you guys have decided you're not going to do. So I'm saying that as I sit here, in a way, I'm saying that in my family, we are willing to start the ball rolling. It's a cultural area that when the lands were divided on the south side of Adrian, which is the estate right next to Katrinaburg, as a matter of fact, it's a cultural area that was set aside for education or cultural purposes. It includes an old land mill, as well, a historic mill, because this one is a steam mill, but it is one with a vertical piston instead of the ones that went horizontal and so on. And I've had somebody actually come visit, and so on and so forth. I'm finished right now. But I'm just saying that if you're talking about starting an alternative, and I've been in a conversation through the help of Rocky Liebert, hooking me up with a Mr. Sheldon Marsh, who's in the States, and has some challenges, but who has some land available. And I'm saying that it's for our legislature and our real leaders, if you guys really understand the crisis of St. John and land ownership, to do what has to be done with the property taxes and set up some sort of an exchange where you can sit. It might take a little while. It might take another year. We might have to put on the brakes before we can solve the problem ourselves if the national park decides to hardball. So I'm very pleased that, I don't know if somebody gave you a little cue to answer the question, but I appreciate the fact that you did. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thanks for
Sproul.
leaving.
Thank you. So, again, I just want to ask that we mindful that we have another group of individuals that have been here since 3 o'clock as well that needs to testify and put their information on record as well. And Senator Fonseca, you recognize your 2 minutes at this time.
Yes, pleasant good evening to the second block of testifiers. Mr. President, I so appreciate this hearing in St. John. It's like it's almost packed like when the governor does the state of the territory. So I think we need to come to St. John a little bit more often. I got some questions, and Mr. Davis and also Mr. Sproul, I'm going to ask you to respond, right? But I just real quickly, because, Miss Wallace had came to the legislature and she was giving us this history. It's very interesting. I'm intrigued about it, going back to 1733. So the information is that revolt started in November of 1733, and the Danish soldiers were in Coral Bay that was killed. And now I understand that they jumped from Mary's Point Cliff, and you
1
say
minute.
Ram's Head also, right? And now it began in Katrina, Berg or Forsberg. It began in Forsberg. Okay, so now the slaves escaped to Tortola. Did any slaves go to St. Croix or St. Thomas?
There was 3 or 4 slaves that sent to St. Christ to Bailey Ford. That's one of the punishment.
Okay, through the chair, can I ask that Mr. Davis
30 seconds.
provide all that information on the punishment, how they were cutting off an arm and all of that? Can you provide that through the chair to the president? Because it's very important for our history that we can record and document this, because those are the things that we are saying that actually happened on this site. And so it's very important that we document, if our ancestors' blood was shed on this particular site, we need to have it documented. Now, one quick thing, I have a problem with the National Guard also, because they're telling us
National Park.
Oh, I'm sorry. I tell you, boy. Mr. Chair, can I finish my question real quickly?
You may wrap up.
So this bird at the legislature, where we call it a yellow breast, I got a booklet yesterday. They call it a banana quit board, and they're saying this is the official board of the Virgin Islands. So I got some issues too with the National Park Service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Professor Davis, can you direct us or direct the senator where he could find that information, if it's available on the website, or if you can handle
I
it?
have it in my office, and there's a thick book on called Slave in Danish West Indies, and you have different individuals in there. Yeah. So I have, and then I can give you one in the what I was reading from that individual that talk about what took place, and then I could give you the code, the 19 code, which is right here, as well.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll recognize Senator Cape Hart. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, all. Olasi Davis, my dear friend.
Yes, young lady.
My protector of the environment, my friend, the protector of cultural resources. I'm gonna ask you one question. Do you think that the National Park Service will be a good steward to preserve and protect the cultural and marine ecosystem of Whistling Key? I got 2 minutes. So
I want to ask one question. Right now, the National Park is an endangered species. The 10, and that's one of the reasons. I can't go in detail, but the National Park is an endangered species. In other words, they're not doing what it's supposed to be doing in cultural resources and in marine. So they're right on the endangered species. So that should answer your question.
I want yes or no answer.
Because of the term, I think we can do if we beef up our enforcement, I think we can do a great job because it was solo.
Okay. And as a mother, a mother of 3 children, I put myself in the shoes of many parents, many mothers that have to send their children to school on a bus,
30
and then a
seconds.
boat, then a bus, and then the same thing. So when I think about this whole project, that if this transfer of property happens, we have to think about the sidewalks. I wish the Commission of Education was on the floor, because I would ask, we need to think about consideration of sidewalks.
Time.
If I may. sidewalks. And then I look at it at even other opportunities. We have men and women who travel from St. Thomas to St. John for work. Probably if this happens, then they could think about living on the island and walking on the island and sending their children to school right here. So I'm looking at a bigger picture also. So to the testifiers who are here on this panel, I hear you. I get it. I get it. But I get it as a mother first. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me see how I'll do this. It must be hard to be a St. Johnian. It got to be, because they just tell me if I don't get on the 10 o'clock boat, I can't check in. You could believe that? Why in the Virgin Islands? So I'll be able to sleep. My colleague across the aisle from St. Croix said it best. This is the beauty of democracy. And like I said to my good friend, the Commissioner of Education, whom I have full confidence in, whom I support 100% as Commissioner of Education, we're all heading to the same destination. It's just that we're taking two roads. One saying, get them with Slinky or swap with Slinky for Katerinburg, and the other road saying, don't give up a thing. Now, I'm gonna tell you, my only thing that I would like to see in what the governor sent down to us on June 7th in this bill with the 22 whereas clause. In his June 10th
30 seconds.
Press release, it says that also under the governor's proposed legislation, the government of the Virgin Islands will retain the water rights to Whistling Key. Now, that's why I asked earlier if we could have the map up so that we can show the waters that the national park currently controls. Because the water area around Whistling Key is controlled by the national park. And I'm just saying in the 22 whereas clause, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, that speaks to the water rights or water usage, because we don't play with words, you know. Water rights versus water usage. So right now we have water usage, and I'll wrap up here, Mr. Chair. We have water usage. They have the rights to the waters currently. So we not only have the landlocked situation on land, but right now you got the sea lock on Whistling Key. And this is what happens when you start to do your in-depth research. And it just can't be, make a decision. As we read things, we learn things. And I'm telling you, St. Johnians, thank you all for a real history, because from the time I came up here and I met with a group right here at the legislature, met with the seniors at the 2 senior centers, and listening to you all tonight, I've learned a lot. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there to the same destination. We're just taking those 2 roads. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Professor Davis, you have a response.
I just want to mention, we have 2 national monuments, Buck Island, and the one in St. John is a national monument. That's the ocean. So you have to do the research to see if that covered that area. If that covered the area, that's the federal. And they have certain stipulation. So you're correct in that. Not because what the governor said is correct. So you have 2 monuments. We have one over here, so you guys see the boundaries of the water, and that was part during Bill Clinton. So you have to see if that's within the federal we ain't gonna water rights. So again, that's what I caution all here. Do your research. Do your research. You know, and I like my cousin. I like his alternative.
Thank you very much, Professor Davis. This time we'll recognize Senator Carla Joseph. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I really can't say how much I'm pleased to see how many people came out from St. John for this very critical hearing. When all of you, 7 of you, testified in this cohort, I was taking a tally. That's one thing I do, I take tally. I counted 3 in favor of the land swap and 3 not in favor, and 1 who was just imparting information. And so for us legislators, when you have 3-3, it usually dies. Whatever the motion is, usually dies. Just saying. So we are here to hear what you have to say, and I'm here to learn. I am a little bit disturbed. I'm going to tell you why. Because we tend to always want or look for the outside, persons from external, to come and save us and give us the help when we have it right here in the Virgin Islands. And you know what's defeating us? Our own selves. I'm hearing Dr. Sproul saying his family is coming up with a possibility of a land swap. I've heard Ms. Monsanto indicate other families, okay, who are interested also. But you know, at the end of the day, for me, is either you show up and you give up and you show what you're going to do. Because you can't, we really, for years, 50 years, St. Johnians have been crying out. My classmates, them were talking about it all the time. We come up here, we talk, we go to the beach. You know, we really need to have our own high school. So for me, the question is going to be the when. We have money on the table from the federal government. And that's, I'm going to tell you, as a federal grant manager, that's my background. It's always ticklish for me to work with the federal government. They always have restrictions, and sometimes they don't show their entire hand on the front end. Okay, I'm telling you this. And so I just want to wrap up and say I will continue to listen and continue to learn. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good evening to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I know Dr. Sproul spoke to what he and his family have been doing, and he said it's going to be about a year or so with anything happening. But I believe earlier, Ms. Francis from the Department of Education spoke to fixed costs and having any delay, what challenges it brings and how it will affect the funding. So that could be a challenge. But let me ask quickly, I know Senator Liber, you spoke to this, and also Ms. Wells spoke to extracurricular activities in both of your testimonies. So Senator Liber, can you speak to what you not having an opportunity to participate in those activities did to you as a student, and what would it have meant if you were able to capture that part during your educational journey? Senator Liber,
please recognize the mic of Senator Liber.
Thank you. If you realize what we had to go through is that coming from Coral Bay so early in the morning, you got to get up early before 5 o'clock You catching a boat, a jeep going to Cruise Bay, come down here. You got to catch a boat. You go to St. Thomas to school. The bus comes back at 3. All activities begin after 3. And if you don't know anybody to stay down there, like I didn't know anyone, all family didn't know anybody to stay there, you better come home.
Time.
It's just simple as that. You can't participate. That's how it was.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Again, I want to thank all of the testifiers. Dr. Spell, you had something? Make it brief. Come to the mic. Come up to the mic, sir.
We've heard a lot about the long distance we could travel and all the obstacles. And I do not, by any means, try to minimize that in terms of, other people's experiences. I have respect for that. But I have to say, my mother, Eunice Sproul, who was a well-known educator in the Virgin Islands, was a country school teacher. She taught at the old Madison School. You know what the Madison School that became the Edith Williams School? She came from in town and taught at that school. And she told me about her experiences were with that family, those people from the south side of St. Thomas, the Humphrey Hermans, the Ezra, the Francis, the Fredericks and all that. And she told me of her experience of kids who were getting up 3 o'clock in the morning to go out and tie out the goats and the cows and how around 10 o'clock in the morning, the poor kids, people like Humphrey Herman, Ezra Fredericks, fast asleep in the classroom because that was the reality that they faced, and she faced it, and she would have to say, let them rest because they had to get up early, right? And to this Senator Francis, you have your scorecard you just gave us. I was skipping a little score too, and I'll finish with us. I'm sorry, Senator Joe. Wait. I got it right? Okay, good. Quick. So these were my scores, if you'll permit me to say what I saw so far. I had Senator Fred with 3 pluses. Volkis, although he's supposed to be he was equivocating in my view, and I gave him a plus, then a question mark, then a plus. And that's because I know he had to do some maneuvering as a large senator. You know what that's about. Gittens, 2 pluses, and a question mark. And this is the one I will drop on you all from St. Croix, you are senators, and for all Virgin Islanders. The day when you tell me that the reason, the priority was such that them blue houses, you know which one I'm talking about? Them pale blue houses when you're coming from the airport in St. Croix and going into town. You know what? I won't say the word, machuchal. The day when you all tell me that we in the Virgin Islands as leaders, from governor to senators, have come up with a way of addressing that situation, right? And I will step back on anything about any exchange of the key, because to me that is a blight on the Virgin Islands. Senator Carrion, thanks for your encouragement a while ago. But again, with the name Carrion, Machuchal, we got to address that. And the day that we address that, I will step back on anything about anything for St. John. Because to me, that is a shame and a disgrace.
Well, Dr.
And
Sproul,
I hope nobody in Montreal will take offense that I.
well,
offended
that will
them.
take a lot of people will take offense by that because obviously we have residents that live in those houses, homes, and so we move on from there. Thank you, Dr. Sproul. I don't think we want to go down that road. Thank you. At this time, we'll send Blaine, you finished, right? You wrapped up, yeah. I simply want to thank all of the testifiers that came in group number 1 and to put your information on the record. And I'm hoping that, again, I respect all of the information that you have brought here. And this energy is good. It's important. And I believe that there's a number of St. Jonian issues that we're confronted with. And I'm hoping that we could use the same energy to move forward. There was a lot of questions or discussion in regards to the legal counsel's opinion. And while there was some misinformation, the legal counsel's opinion was very clear that there is no prohibition for the Senate to move forward. What they suggested, however, was that in fact, that the legislature should specifically exempt the land exchange from the prohibition in section 205F of Title 31 by indicating notwithstanding. That's all was said there. So again, when we talk about civics, we want to make sure that it's clear and the information is accurate going forward on that. Very well, thank you. So at this time, again, we'll thank you for group number 1, and we'll ask group number 2, Honorable Carmen Wesselhoff, David Stillman, Ms. Ida Smith, who's online, Mr. Russell Christopher, who's also online, Dr. Hadia Suar, who is here, as well as we have 2 testimony to be read into the record, one from 3 testimony to be read into the record as well. We'll do that at this time. We'll stand in recess for 1 minute while we make the exchange.
Those who go way beyond mere triangulation. Each encounter now simply gives primitive evidence to a profound truth.
We're out of recess, and again, we're on to the second group of testifiers, and I'll give them an opportunity to be able to identify themselves, mic check and everything. We also have two individuals that will be online this evening with us testifying, as well as we have 3 testimonies to be read into the record and this round. We'll start off with you, Mr. Silverman.
David Silverman.
Swesselhoff, Honorable. Please recognize the mic.
Carmen Wesselhoff, Hedrington.
So, very well. And online, we have Ms. Smith, Ida Smith.
Good evening. Yes, Ida Smith.
Very well. And online as well, Mr. Russell Christopher.
Christopher.
Very well, thank you. So we'll go ahead and we'll begin with you, Carmen Wesselhoff. We'll, you may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Okay. Good evening, Senate President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, and all persons present, listening, and viewing. I am Carmen Wesselhoff Hedrington, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to testify this evening. It is abundantly clear that a school is needed on St. John. And I know for a fact that I represent the voice of many persons throughout this territory by stating this. We are in favor of a school outside of town, away from the busy bars and commerce of our towns, and with enough space for our children to learn and play. We are not in favor of trading land to accomplish this very important and reasonable community goal. A proper education is a human right and a proper tenet of American life. This school should not come at a cost, and it is very anti-American of the park to insist upon a trade. Where are your principles? I have lived on this island for 60 years and I'm an indigenous St. Johnian, born and raised. And the only way I can explain how I feel about what is going on with the Virgin Islands National Park is that we are constantly being raped on St. John. When is enough enough? The Virgin Islands National Park owns almost 2/3 of St. John, more than 7,000 acres. I have a couple of examples in the ways in which the park infringes and imposes taxes upon the daily lives of St. Johnians. I am a taxi driver. Local taxi drivers must pay $75 a year for a decal to drive through the national park on government roads that the national park is supposed to maintain and doesn't really do a good job of it anymore. However, there are other delivery trucks that do business in the national park that are not required to have this decal, but taxi drivers must have it. You have commercial vessels that must pay between $300 to $600 a year to sail through the national park waters. There's also a $5 entrance fee that we must pay at Trong Bay, whether you're a local or a visitor. There's not even any provision made for local Virgin Islanders to enter for free. But the problem I have is there are no lifeguard at any of our beaches. In addition to these fees, the national park has recently gone cashless, in case you didn't know. If you do not have a debit card, a credit card, Apple Pay or Google Pay, you cannot access Trong Bay. It is another way in which to further alienate the population. The national park had yet to reopen the Johnny Hahn Road and some of the other roads that have been mentioned here in the testimony tonight. Caneel Bay has been a part of our economic structure in St. John for decades. Why is there so much politics to have it rebuilt? We are constantly being taxed by the national park, and to be taxed for a school blatantly expresses the well-being of St. Johnians. The education of St. Johnian children is not a priority for the park, and the park is not truly a member of our community. When the people of St. John were manipulated out of their land and it was deemed as donation to what is now known as the Virgin Islands National Park, the people had no idea it would create such hardship to the people of St. John. Today, it has created a hardship in terms of lack of developable land, the heightening of property taxes, and now the inability to serve the community in one of the most basic ways. Regarding the land swap, I believe our keys should remain under local control. We must leave something in the hands of our children and at least try to protect their fishing rights, their camping rights, and all the other rights. Construction of a school has been stymied for a false lack of available land on St. John. It has also stymied the construction of affordable housing, a nursing home, senior facility, and much more needs that the people of St. John have. As a result of rising land prices and property taxes, our families are broken apart. Our culture and traditions are becoming increasingly at risk for loss. I believe some change is inevitable, and we must take some significant steps towards supporting the families and children of St. John. However, this step is not a land swap. Today, we are lobbying for a school. What will we be lobbying for tomorrow? I ask the question, will we have to continue giving to get? When is enough enough? We St. Johnians are good stewards. For hundreds of years, we maintained this beautiful land so much that they wanted to make it a national park. We deserve the ability to continue to maintain our lives here in St. John. We deserve so much more than the national park has given. We have given so much to the park, so the only remedy that we see is for the park to give back to the people of St. John. As I sit here and I listen to Commissioner Wells, I appreciate her passionate testimony as well. The rendition of the school is beautiful. It's an awesome drawing, looks well, but we still must bear in mind that we cannot keep giving up to get. And I'm hoping that the senators that are here present tonight, as I listen to some of the questioning, as I listen to some of your answering or your presentation, it almost seems to me like it's a done deal from how some of you are speaking. I feel like I'm going through a formality. I feel like I'm here because, okay, let's just give them a hearing because we just need to hear what they say. But I'm asking you to seriously listen to some of the testimony that was presented tonight. I know it's on your agenda for the next session, but it doesn't have to be. I'm asking that you take your time, do your research, take your time and listen to some of what has been said here tonight from Dr. Sprout, from even Ms. Wells. Listen to what the people are saying. Take your time to make this decision. We need a school. There's no doubt about it. I traversed the seas. I went to school. I went through the same process that some of them. I didn't live in Coral Bay, but I went through it. I'm just asking, take your time before you rush into this decision. The decision is made, but will the school be built tomorrow? How long after this decision is made will this school be built? Will it be 5 years? Will it be 10 years? Will the monies be there to complete the school? There are a lot of unanswered questions, like some of the senators are saying that they needed NPS to be here tonight and they needed other persons to be here tonight. There are a lot of unanswered questions that needs to be answered before this 35th legislature make a decision. I'm asking you, it doesn't have to be this session. It could be the next session. The school isn't going to be built tomorrow. Thank you once again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carmen Wesselhoff, for that passionate testimony. At this time, we'll go to you, Dr. Sewer, and then we'll come back. Ladies first. I'll go to you, and then we'll come back to Mr. Silverman.
Good evening, Senate President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, and my fellow Virgin Islanders who are present here, as well as those who are listening online. I appreciate having the opportunity to give testimony regarding the proposed land exchange between the National Park Service and the government of the Virgin Islands for the establishment of a K-12 school here on the island of St. John. I am Dr. Hadia Soar, a young scholar who has studied St. Jonian's relationship with the park for many years. And I'm also the president and co-founder of St. Janco, the St. John Heritage Collective, a land rights and cultural heritage preservation nonprofit here on island. But most importantly, I speak to you today as a mother who birthed two young St. Jonians, ages 5 and 8, and as someone who cares deeply about the well-being of all our people, especially our young people. We face many challenges as St. Jonians. And I want to say that bearing and raising children on St. John is no easy task. There is no hospital to safely birth our children in. And for most of my children's lives, the public library has been shut and inaccessible. Our children have faced many disasters with us, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the devastating 2017 hurricane season, as well as the ongoing recovery projects. So the percentage of children living in poverty in the Virgin Islands, we know it is higher than the national average. And when we look at the 2021 academic assessment results for the Virgin Islands, we recognize that we have a great deal of work to do to improve our students' proficiency in key subjects. And so as St. Jonians, we often feel like a forgotten and a displaced people. We bear the brunt of exorbitant land taxes here in the Virgin Islands. And we make the best of the resources that we have access to and often wish that we had better options to improve the quality of life for us and our families, as well as to improve our children's educational outcomes. Often we have to weigh whether we can afford to remain on island or whether we will succumb to the challenges we face and pursue opportunities in the wider territory or the US mainland. When I speak to many of my peers who have not returned home, they often cite the lack of jobs, high housing costs, as well as the lack of a public school on island for their reasons for remaining elsewhere. And so believe me when I say that no one wants a K-12 public school on St. John more than the people of St. John. Some of us recall our own commutes. I went to All Saints Cathedral School for quite some time until my parents got tired of me missing the boat and decided that I needed to attend school on St. John. And so studies show that commutes can have an adverse impact on health and on students' performances. So for parents, it can also be a bit cumbersome to navigate getting time off from work to attend a parent-teacher conference on St. Thomas if you are living and working on St. John. And therefore, we recognize that a school on St. John is essential to securing the future of St. John's children, as well as improving all of our quality of life. We too deeply desire and dream of a state-of-the-art school, potentially a magnet school, and a hurricane shelter that's outfitted with sustainable design. And so many of us share Governor Bryan's excitement regarding the possibility of finally making a K-12 public school on St. John a reality after experiencing what our governor called half a century of setbacks and obstacles. But please allow me to provide a little bit of socio-political context as well as a few philosophical musings to explain why we insist that the proposed land exchange is not particularly just and that the government of the Virgin Islands should consider another path for finding a suitable location for the school. The VI National Park, of course, occupies over 2/3 of the island of St. John. And the park's presence illustrates a colonial and an inequitable power dynamic that exists between Virgin Islanders and the federal government. And so when you read the work of Drs. Crystal Fort Wrangler, Jessica Samuel, Karen Fogg Alwig, and myself, one starts to recognize that the park has contributed to key shifts on the island of St. John, namely the decline of farming and subsistence living, the island's real estate boom, the cultural erasure of many of our ancestral traditions, the rise of tourism, as well as our dependency on tourism, via the establishment of what Dr. Crystal Fort Wrangler calls Park Island, which is the construction of St. John as a leisure-oriented economy that prioritizes tourist experiences on island over the well-being and self-determination of the island's long-term residents and ancestral people. So St. Johnians' grievances with the park system are well documented, but I hope you would allow me to state a few just for the record. One, of course, disputes over roadway access, the interpretation of the island's history in ways that often erase Black and Indigenous experiences, the lack of local Virgin Islanders in high-level leadership positions, as well as certain critiques about nefarious and coerced efforts to obtain the land in its possession, as well as the landlocked properties that are within the boundaries of the park. And so when former Congresswoman Christensen submitted Bill HR 53, which we know to be the Virgin Islands National Park School Lease Act, it would have authorized the Secretary of the Interior to enter a lease agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands for the establishment of a public school on island. And on October 10, 2007, the Committee on Resources unanimously approved the VI National Park School Lease Act and sent it before the full House for consideration. The bill passed the House and subsequently died in the Senate. And at the time, former Congresswoman noted that St. Johnians opposed the swapping of keys. And this bill died in part because nearby property owners and estate Catherine Berg leveraged their relationships with their state representatives to kill the bill because they believed that it could negatively impact their property values. And so HR 53's trajectory shows us how racism, colonialism, and classism create land injustices and educational inequality. And so as a young St. Johnian, I recognize that a great deal of labor and advocacy have gone into establishing a school on St. John, and that we now have funding from the Federal Emergency Management Agency to make a K-12 school a reality. And I understand also that the National Park and FEMA have stipulations in place that make the lease option technically a non-viable option. And so GVI, now we are asking to explore other options, whether that be the acquisition of locally owned lands, the use of GVI-owned properties, or having a piece of land donated that can then be used to build the school and or be used for the land exchange. And so this particular legislation proposing the exchange of Whistling Key for land in Catherineburg leads us to believe that we have to choose between our children's future and our land. And those of us who oppose the land swap do so in part because we believe this to be a false choice. In 1963, Malcolm X said that land is the basis of all independence, that land is the basis of freedom, justice, and inequality. And so we don't necessarily give up land easily, precisely because we know that the land is our children's future. It's their inheritance, it's their livelihood, it is their sustenance. And while I'm being told that Whistling Key is not particularly a land that could be developed, it does set a colonial precedent that can have implications for the future of development on St. John. And so we as St. Johnians have been displaced enough by economic, cultural, and political forces. And this issue is not just a St. John issue, it's a Virgin Islands issue, because it is an illustration of the impact of our unequal relationship with the US and with other colonial powers. And so what Dr. Richard Georges wrote in a BVI Beacon is also true for those of us in the US Virgin Islands. He said, quote, that what Virgin Islanders know by these facts is that the land that they inhabit, the land in which they were born, the land in which they and their ancestors have labored is not theirs. This is a truth we know in the depths of our beings, and it is the truth that we are always trying to forget, end quote. And so knowing this truth, we critique the land swap because we know that we are in a predicament where our colonial relationship with the US has limited many of the options that we consider to be reasonable, namely the park's donation of the land or its leasing of the land to the people of the Virgin Islands for an establishment of a school. And I think it is time that we dare to have imaginations that are capacious enough to believe that we can have both a quality K-12 school for our children without sacrificing the land rights that we seek. Because if we are to propose an altering of the code, or if we are to move forward in this particular trajectory, the continuous erosion of our land rights may create a future where the St. Johnians do not have the opportunity to benefit from the school that is being constructed. And so, as a mother and as a St. Johnian, I would like to say that if we have exhausted all of the possibilities for establishing a school on St. John, and we find that this is truly the only viable path forward, then many of us, I believe, will get on board. However, there are some alternatives and questions that I believe that we can continue to ask. One, is it possible to renegotiate or to find and challenge some of the federal funding stipulations that make a lease impossible? Two, should the government of the Virgin Islands explore a conversation with the Friends of the Park to follow up on their offer to provide a parcel of land in La Esperance to contribute to or substitute the land going towards the land exchange with the park? And three, can we engage the public to determine whether there are or whether there could possibly be donations or plots of land that can be sold for the establishment of a school? And of course, we heard Dr. Sproul earlier discuss that that too could be a possibility. And so in conclusion, I'll say that this is an opportunity to craft a win-win solution, one where we as a people are not fighting with one another in order to meet federal and colonial expectations of us, but rather to find a pathway forward that recognizes and that honors the land rights that our ancestors across the Virgin Islands have valiantly fought for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sewer, for your testimony, your passionate testimony there. Next, we'll go to David Silverman. You're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Thank you very much. I'm a bit reluctant to speak after Dr. Sewer and her passion and her depth of knowledge, but here I am. So good evening, President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, my fellow testifiers, friends, and neighbors. My name is David Silverman, and I'm a resident of Coral Bay. But before I begin, I need to preface my remarks with what I believe are two very critical pieces of information. First, I am clearly not a native St. Johnian, and I strongly believe that the matter being discussed today, a public school on St. John, is a matter which should be decided based on the needs and the wishes of ancestral native St. Johnians. So my comments are being offered solely to assist this body in reaching a legally valid solution which presents the best possible alternative for St. Johnians. And second, although my remarks will be critical of some aspects of the governor's bill under consideration by this body, in no way am I opposed to the construction of a public school on St. John Island. And let me say that one more time. I stand fully in support of a public school on St. John. So my principal concerns with the governor's bill being considered by this body.
Excuse me, Mr. Silverman, can you bring that mic a little bit closer to you?
Mic closer, sure.
Thank you.
So my principal concerns with the governor's bill before this body are twofold. First, I question the legality of the proposed swap and the statement that the GVI will retain water rights. Second, I question whether there are far better ways to accomplish the swap without the government of the Virgin Islands having to convey Whistling Key. So let me begin with the question of who currently owns the submerged land and the associated water rights surrounding Whistling Key. There's been much testimony and statements made on this, but I think if we just look a little bit into the historical facts, I think it will become very clear. So when the United States acquired the Virgin Islands from Denmark in 1917, along with the land, the U.S. acquired ownership of the submerged lands surrounding the islands out to the 3-mile territorial limit. The 1936 and 1954 Organic Acts transferred control of the land the U.S. had acquired from Denmark to the VI government. However, the Organic Acts only transferred the land above the high water mark and did not transfer ownership of submerged land to the VI government. In 1956, the Virgin Islands National Park was created, and 6 years later, in 1962, the park was expanded to include the submerged lands offshore of the Park Service-owned land. This expansion included the submerged lands surrounding Whistling Key. It wasn't until 1974 that the remaining submerged lands were transferred to the government of the Virgin Islands. However, the 1974 transfer explicitly excluded any submerged lands already within the VI National Park. So the situation today is that although the VI government owns the land of Whistling Key, it does not have any rights, including any associated water rights, to the submerged land and the waters surrounding Whistling Key. Those submerged land rights were purchased by the U.S. government in 1917, added to the national park in 1962, and excluded from the transfer of submerged lands to the VI government in 1974. So the June 8th Government House press release stated, quote, "Under the governor's proposed legislation, the GVI will retain the water rights to Whistling Key," close quote. However, this is a meaningless statement since the GVI has never had rights to the submerged lands and waters surrounding the key and therefore has nothing to retain. One of my submitted documents, which I have submitted to this body along with the testimony, addresses this point in much greater detail. Second, in the written testimony, which I submitted to this body last week, I stated that the governor's bill violated Title 31, Section 205 of the Virgin Islands Code, which prohibits the conveyance of shoreline property. Based on some of the conversations I've heard today, I now understand that the chief legal counsel concurs in this statement and recommends a change to the governor's bill to make it specifically exempt from the prohibition in Title 31, Section 205. This change would, in my opinion, render my prior comment on this topic to be moot. However, it does raise the policy question of how frequently should one legislature simply disregard the laws passed by a prior legislature by simply inserting the word notwithstanding into new legislation. But that's not the topic of today's meeting. Finally, and I'd like to speak just for a couple more minutes on this, in my written submission, I proposed that the GVI could swap government-owned submerged lands for the Catherineburg parcel. This transfer requires a little bit of explanation, and so I'd like to just for a moment go back to the year 2012. In 2012, a private individual purchased about 4 or 5 acres of land at a place called Hallover on the east end of St. John. This was outside the national park boundary. The Hallover parcel had historical and environmental value, and that land was eventually added to the national park. But because it was outside the statutory boundary of the park, it required what was called a minor boundary line revision of the park, which is done simply by a notification to the appropriate Senate committee and a filing in the Congressional Register. So what I am proposing is that throughout, well, let me back up a second. The submerged land that was added to the park in 1962 included all of the submerged lands offshore of national park property. When the Hallover land was added to the park, the submerged lands, which are owned by the government of the Virgin Islands, were not added to the park. So there is an opportunity for the government of the Virgin Islands to swap submerged land offshore of the newly created shoreline within the national park, which would not then involve transfer of any fast land, Whistling Key, or any other privately owned parcel, and create a swap of equal value to the Catherineburg site. So the proposal, which I have submitted to the governor's office, I submitted to the national park, was back in, I believe in February of this year. I went into considerable detail about 2 locations on St. John, one on Nanny Point and the other at Hallover, in which the government of the Virgin Islands could offer submerged land. And keep in mind, the inventory of submerged land owned by the GVI around St. John is enormous. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of acres. That submerged land is valued according to the value of the adjacent land parcels. And so an appropriate assessment could be made, an equalizing swap could be made, the Catherineburg parcel could be obtained, and it would not involve the transfer of any fast land. I spoke to this about this with the park superintendent. The Park Service was interested in it. It was mentioned in their NEPA documentation, and I think this is one of the concepts which seriously needs to be grounded before we were to move ahead on something which is not particularly attractive, that being the swap of ancestral Virgin Islands land. So those are my 3 points. I think we have to understand the realities, the facts of the water rights. I think we have to understand the consequences of essentially writing a waiver around the transfer of the GVI-owned shoreline. And finally, we seriously need to look at the alternative, which would involve the transfer of submerged lands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silverman. And next we'll go to Ida Smith. You're recognized for a estimate this time.
Good evening, peace and light to you, Chairman Francis, and members of the Senate, men and women.
Turn on your cameras, please. Turn on your camera.
No, I cannot turn on my camera, Senator. I'm not in a position to turn on my camera. Can I speak without turning on the camera?
We'll
Permission to speak. I'm not in an environment to turn on the camera. Is it okay to speak?
No, ma'am, we will have to see who's speaking. Yeah, this is a public hearing, and we need to see who's speaking.
There you go. How's that? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
We could hear you, we could barely see you.
That's what I was explaining to you. The environment that I'm in, it's not for a camera. May I continue?
If you could just switch a little bit away from the light or maybe closer to the light. Yeah.
Okay. How's this? Yes?
No.
May I proceed?
Ma'am, again, we're still having difficulty in being able to see who you are.
Can you see me now?
That's a little better, yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I come with the perspective of I am Ida Smith. I am a 6th generation Native ancestral Virgin Islander with documented proof of my lineage dating back to the 1700s. I have researched records at the Moravian Archives, Danish Archives, and Denmark National Archives, Records Administration in New York City, College Park, Maryland, and Washington, D.C., Library of Congress, Columbia University Manuscripts Archives, and obtained valuable information pertinent to this land swap, as well as land ownership in the Virgin Islands of the United States. There has been an overwhelming amount of documentation which makes it necessary to manifest Isaiah 10, 1-3. Woe to those who make unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive decrees, to deprive the poor of their rights and withhold justice from the oppressed of my people, making widows their prey and robbing the fatherless. Most all of the documents of land transfers to the United States of America, Department of the Interior, Virgin Islands National Park, and Government of the Virgin Islands, or corporations and LLCs, are from widows of the Danish West Indies, now known as the Virgin Islands of the United States, which are in violation of the Land Act of February 11, 1805, codified under Title 43, United States Code 751, Paragraph 8, and Article 8 of the Treaty between Denmark and the United States of America, ratified by Congress under 39 Stat 1706, which is existing law and gives subject to valid existing rights. The Congressional Research Report of January 2021 and Holly Fulkerson's Esquire July 10, 2023 legal interpretation involving this swap states that one legislature cannot enact irreparable legislature or modify acts of a former legislature. See Save Coral Bay Inc. versus Bryan, 76 VI 505. On the federal level, the Supreme Court of the United States, which we can all agree is the highest court in America, states that the Land Act, which deals with all original government surveys being sovereign and without error, must be followed by subsequent surveys. And in this instance, Whistling Key is said to be in Cruz Bay by the government of the Virgin Islands as a legal description. However, it's inconsistent with the official original government survey that was done by the United States Coast and Geodetic Survey Department in the year 1919. There exist original surveys that are not being followed by subsequent surveyors in the Virgin Islands, which is causing havoc. That was mentioned on February 10th of 2010 by Justice Swan in a case involving Wilma Marsh Monsanto, one of the largest landowners in the Virgin Islands. My testimony today involves presenting for the record the official original government survey. May I do that for you, Senator? Chairman, is that okay to present that for the record?
You saying present the information, because we do have copies of your testimony. Again, we're short on time, so if you could just summarize, we'll appreciate that.
I'll summarize with this. In order for this swap to happen, The statute of frauds requires that there be a written deed or documentation that the National Park Service, or in this instance, the Virgin Islands National Park Service, can show that they have ownership interest from Ethel Bishop. I have documentation that says the widow, Anna Marie Delanois, is listed as owning Herman Farm or Hammer's Farm. And the survey that went along with this transfer did not follow the original government survey as required under the law, the federal law. I think we can all agree that federal law trumps local law. And the Supreme Court has stated in several cases that an official original government survey is without error and must be followed. All subsequent surveys must do that. To speak to the Virgin Islands National Park and its formation or establishment was through a deed of gift from Lawrence Spelman Rockefeller to the acting Secretary of the Interior, Fred A. Seaton, in 1956. Within that deed, there are 10 pages. Page 8 of that deed specifically says that if the National Park Service shall cease to exist, that the lands revert back to the grantor being Lawrence Spelman Rockefeller. So this reversionary clause that is being used even in this Whistling Key and Catherineburg is a violation of existing law. There are persons that are subjected to valid existing rights that were obtained under the treaty and that were obtained under those official original government surveys, which completed their title. So I say to this Senate, before you say yes to swapping lands, please look at the documentation, specifically the official original government survey for that area. It is register number T3772, and the National Archives and Records Administration emailed it to me today. I would like to provide that as my testimony on the record for everyone to understand. That was not followed. That is the starting point. Those are not my words. That is the Supreme Court of the United States words in all cases. So I thank you for the opportunity to present. I have other documentation which shows that Harold Hubler has communication with the superintendent to the director of the National Park Service, where he stated, and I can show that for the record, this is going to be an embarrassment to the Department of Interior once it's seen that they have tentative boundaries. They do not have permanent boundaries, and there's no such thing within the law of tentative boundaries. That means that I can wake up today and decide I'm going to own David Silverman's property or Lorelei Monsanto's property. Boundaries are a matter of fact and law. I believe we can all agree to that, and that one comes before two. The Virgin Islands codes were established September 1st, 1957. Before that happened, there was the treaty between Denmark and the United States, which guaranteed private property rights to the individuals, the men, the women that were on these islands before the United States purchased. And they do not lose their private property rights. That is written into international law. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And again, I would love for this official original government survey, register number T3772, which shows you where Whistling Key is. It is not in Cruz Bay, and which shows you where Hammer's Farm is, and it is not where Catherineburg is. Two separate, distinct lands.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Smith. And whatever information you have, you can certainly submit it to my office for dissemination to my colleagues. At this time, we'll recognize Mr. Russell Christopher for his testimony.
Who are interested in this subject. It's obvious that the issue is not whether or not we're going to have a school or not. whether or not we should have a school. The issue is whether or not we know what the laws are. We've been operating under presumptions of law, and that doesn't work. We have to know what the laws actually are. I understand that there was some of the senators who took the trip today or yesterday to Whistling Key, and they were taken there by someone, a member of the National Park System, who just happened not to be here this evening. That speaks volumes. You were taken there, and also you were on Catherinesburg and as well as Hammer's farm. And I would like to know if you know exactly where these places are according to what the law says, and as they're described as. To correct the record, I am not a resident of St. John. I am an indigenous and native Virgin Islander. And I know for a fact that if we wanted a school, there are families right now, tomorrow you could walk out and have an agreement to have a school done. That's not a problem. So why is there a problem for the past 50 years of not providing a school for the people of St. John? Is it competency? I don't think so. And I think that you guys would know what exactly it is. It is apparent that the 35th legislature needs clarity on the laws concerning land and land ownership versus management. There's a degree of unfamiliarity of the rule of law, outright disregard of it. Ignorance of the law exists. The evidence is that this hearing on the attempt to exchange land between the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States and the National Park Service under the Department of Interior speaks to not involving people in the process. There would be no reason for this hearing otherwise, meaning it should not have gone beyond the foolish statements and documents signed and presented by Albert Bryan Jr. Was this done in absence of legal counsel? Why mention Section 11 of the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands of 1954? Why not reference Section 7, 31, or 33? Did Albert Bryan Jr. and his legal counsel read the entire Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands of 1954? Or did they select the first thing that satisfied their interest? The Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands of 1954 being a violation of the Constitution of the United States, as well as international law. Did the 35th Legislature's legal counsel review the documents, correspondences, and that was presented by Albert Bryan Jr. and the National Park Service, who, by the way, isn't here, neither Department of Interior tonight? It speaks volumes. It tells you what they think of you, requiring or qualifying the word insular. Neither the National Park Service nor the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States owned the land and keys being referenced in this attempted exchange. If the National Park Service owns Catherinesburg and Hammers Farm, the lands they're offering in this exchange for Whistling Key, they can be honest and easily bring forth the documents that proves ownership. If they manage Catherinesburg and Hammers Farm, the land, they can bring forth the documents that shows who they are managing the lands for. It should be clear to all interested that are there, there's a difference between owning and managing lands. To do anything else but provide lawful documents will be operating under the presumption that facts, verifiable documents are not needed, but can be replaced with presumptions of them. Presumption of law has made its way into the fabric of the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and to that end, the use of whereas has made mockery of the laws you have sworn to obey. Is this deliberately done or to confuse the masses who are ignorant of what the rule of law is? If, or I should say, it would be most honest and lawful and simple for both the National Park Service and the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to bring forward and present the existing documents if they exist. Opinions are not law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher, for your testimony there. Colleagues, we have 3 other written testimony to be read into the record. They're pretty short. So we'll have the clerk read those at this time, and then we'll open up the floor for a question. Madam Clerk.
Attention, Honorable Novelle Francis, President and members, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senators, forwarded for your information records, please find a copy of correspondence directed to Secretary Deb Haaland, whose jurisdiction is responsible for oversight and management of the territories of the insular possessions, islands of the United States of America. Inasmuch as I have not yet received an official response to my concerns on behalf of the territory of the USVI, I feel compelled to share my concerns respectfully with the lawmaking representatives of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America. Clearly, the sentiments expressed pertaining to no land swap, but alternatively a direct deed of gift to the inhabitants/people of the Virgin Islands in perpetuity is the solution to the island of St. John's needs for a school after 106 years of ownership by the United States of America. The proposition to swap Whistling Key can only be authorized by the members of the VI legislature when authorized to do so by a court of law. The islands and keys are considered trust lands subject to authorization by the judicial branch of the government. During the recent past in the 1900s, Beale Aerospace's request on St. Croix was denied. Respectfully, Hortense M. Rowe, former Commissioner, Department of Conservation and Cultural Affairs. July 2nd, 2023, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Their Senate President Novelle E. Francis Jr. Thank you for attempting to solicit public comment. Unfortunately, this attempt surfaced at an inopportune and distracting time during heightened July 4th preparation, celebration, and family gatherings. An extension would have been appropriate. I oppose the Virgin Islands Governor's land swap proposal because of the terms of the preliminary agreement signed October 20th, 2020 by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. Clearly, St. John needs land for a K-12 school, and there are other options available. The only option proposed by the governor is to swap, exchange land with the U.S. Department of Interior. Whistling Key, comprising of 17.9 acres, is slated for the swap in exchange for 8 acres of number 6 Catherineburg. I am saying 8 acres because 3 of the 11 acres proposed will remain under national park restrictions after the swap. This is not a fair trade. 36 CFR Part 18, Section 18-1, 16 USC 1, except particularly 16 USC 1A-2K and 16 USC 470H-3 are the authorities for this part. These authorities allow the director or delegated officials to lease certain federally owned or administrated property located within the boundaries of parks. All leases to be entered into by the director under these authorities are subject to the requirements of this part, except that proposed leases that were solicited pursuant to this part prior to January 28, 2002 may be executed in accordance with the terms of the solicitation. The National Park has demonstrated its ability to lease parkland. The April 3rd, 2006 National Park Service public comment form reads, at Valley Forge National Historic Park, the National Park Service, NPS, will lease the Walker Farmstead for proposed rehabilitation as a preschool facility by the Montessori Children's House of Valley Forge. This property is in Wayne, Pennsylvania, 19087. The school opened.
Oh, they were watching the 10 o'clock time.
The school opened February 1st, 2010. The National Park, in accordance with 36 CFR Part 18, Section 18.1, demonstrated ability to lease national park land for historical preservation. The government of the Virgin Islands needs land for K-12. 16 USC Chapter 1, Subchapter 398A. The acreage of the national park shall be limited to a total of not more than 9,500 acres of land area, Such total to be comprised of not more than 15 acres on the land of St. Thomas and not more than 9,485 additional acres to be comprised of portions of the island of St. John and such small islands, rocks, and keys not in excess of 500 acres in the general vicinity thereof as may be desirable for inclusion within 16 USC Chapter 1, Subchapter 398A, authorized to the Secretary of Interior to limit national park land acreage on St. John, VI, to 9,485 acres. NPS boldly asserts 3/4, 75%, ownership of St. John, which is 10,080 acres. The figure does not include submerged lands. Clearly, the Secretary of Interior and NPS are 595 acres in violation. Corrective action dictates that 595 acres be returned to the government of the Virgin Islands. The return of the 55 acres of number 6 Catherineburg would be an honest but incomplete start. The government of the Virgin Islands needs land for K through 12. 54 USC 102901A, freehold and leasehold interests. With respect to any property acquired by the Secretary within a system unit or related area, except property within national parks or within national monuments of scientific significance, the Secretary may convey a freehold or leasehold interest in the property, subject to such terms, conditions as well ensure the use of the property in a manner that is in the judgment of the Secretary, consistent with the purpose for which the system unit or related area was authorized by Congress. In the April 28th, 2023 VI Consortium, MPS, cited 54 USC 102901 as reason prohibiting donation of land to the VI government. The Secretary of the Department of Interior is the owner of all public lands with national park designation. Congress can direct the Secretary to redirect national park land designation. By act of Congress, the same Secretary transferred ownership of 40 acres of Arcadia National Park land to the town of Bar Harbor, Maine, without monetary consideration for a solid waste transfer station. Since May 5th, 2022, the town is moving forward through Congress to change land use designation to address extreme housing shortage in a bill sponsored by U.S. Senator Angus King, Independent, Maine, and co-sponsored by U.S. Senator Susan Collins, Republican, Maine. The proposed bill is supported by the National Park Service. Accordingly, Congress supersedes the National Park Service and the Department of Interior jurisdiction and intervenes when community need prevail. The government of the Virgin Islands needs land for K through 12. In conclusion, I hereby request the 35th Legislature to act on behalf of the children, community, and generations to come by 1, stopping the swap, and 2, submitting resolution to Congress for the transfer of part of number 6 Catherineburg, tract 01137A to the government of the Virgin Islands for K through 12, recognizing the current state of emergency pertaining to education and affirming that the temporary modular units are rapidly deteriorating to expedite the process. I hope my recommendation helps in yielding fruitful results. Respectfully, Myrtle Barry, member, Concerned People of the Virgin Islands, St. John Chapter. June 16, 2023, from Cleon Cricky, former Senator at Large. The history of Whistling Key not only has a deep sentimental value to our native population, but irrevocable ancestral value. Whistling Key was the primary trading post for charcoal use for cooking and other household necessities. Charcoal was transported via sailboats from Whistling Key to Cruise Bay St. John, Charlotte Marley St. Thomas, West End Tortola, and other inhabited neighboring islands. As a result of continuous harassment by the Virgin Islands National Park, numerous residents complained to the legislative office regarding threats, citations, and being arrested. Their complaints ranged from the inability to set fish pots, harvesting seafood, whelks, conch, lobster, and local fruits, mango, soursop, guava berry, mami, custard apple, mispel, local cherry, tamarind, guinea, coconut, avocado, sugar apple, and other native fruits. Other complaints were the inability to collect local bush used for tea, bathing, medicinal herbs, etc., and farming of goats, pigs, chickens, cows, horses, mules, and donkeys. At the time, fencing was a luxury that most native farmers could not afford. As such, farmers would have to recapture their animals who would wander off. Unfortunately, animals that wander onto the park-owned lands became property of the Virgin Islands National Park and deemed as wild at a loss to the farmers. I recall an incident where one man's goat ventured into the Virgin Islands National Park. The park ranger told him that his goats have now been identified as wild and they were no longer his property and will not be returned to him. On another occasion, the legislature had a staff event at Trunk Bay. One of my guests swam out to the small key in the middle of the beach. He returned with wilks in his shirt and was greeted by a park ranger who ordered him to return the wilks to the small island or be arrested. On a third incident, I stopped along the road to pick some native tea bush, as I had done since a child. And the park ranger pulled up behind me and told me if I picked any more, I would be arrested. As a result of non-stop complaints and harassment, including my personal experiences, I contacted the late delegate to Congress, Ronald DeLugo, to meet with his residents to hear complaints firsthand. With the unanimous support of my colleagues and residents, per the recommendation of Congressman DeLugo, we sponsored a resolution petitioning the U.S. Congress to restrict the acquisition of additional acreage of St. John by the Virgin Islands National Park to increase their acreage. The Virgin Islands National Park ignored this resolution by illegally acquiring additional acreage by those circumventing the law by gifting, donating, and deeding land. Today we are gathered at the Committee of the Whole to once again insult the intelligence of our native St. Johnians by yet again providing another synonym of acquisition and calling it the land exchange or land swap. In conclusion, as an advocate for a high school on St. John from the mid-70s, I am in support of a K-12 school. However, I am not in support of exchanging property with the Virgin Islands National Park for anything. I am not in favor of exchanging Whistling Key for a school that I feel we are entitled to. The history of the harassment of St. Johnians by the Virgin Islands National Park must be recognized and acknowledged. We appreciate the preservation and protection of our home, but not at the expense of compromising our culture. Accordingly, the exchange of Whistling Key is not acceptable. Respectfully submitted by Cleon Cricky, former Senator at Large. This concludes the reading of testimonies, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. There you have it, colleagues. The testimony that's before us on this group number 2. And at this time, I'll open up the floor to a 2-minute round. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Good evening once again. It seems this particular group was all no's from what I'm observing. Just as a general question, I heard from the perspective of a long-term resident, over 60 years, resident and mother, individuals that have relocated here. And I'm listening to the testimony collectively and listening from so many different perspectives. And we continue to say one thing: we all want this school. Not a single person in this room says, but it's the way we're going about it is where the problem lies. And as a senator, this is my 3rd year I'm in, and I'm learning something. It depends on what side of political affiliation you on, is what information will be relayed to you. Because I'm sitting here tonight in shock, hearing about some of these options that I know nothing about. And I think as a Senate, when you are going to, or when I'm going to hear that the governor signed off on a document 3 years ago, 3 years. So he's been in negotiations, he's been conversing, he's been doing everything, but you attempt to dump all of this on me tonight and expect me to make a decision in 9 days. That's not fair to me. How does that allow me to do my research with all this information and testimony given to me today? but other people have years ahead. But then you put it at my doorstep and say, if I don't make a decision now, I don't love the kids. Come on, right is right and wrong is wrong. We have to do better than this. But my time is up. But I hope my colleagues are serious about listening to what the people said today, all of them pros and cons, and give us the time to make a correct decision with all the information that was shared with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Johnson, are you online?
Yes, I am.
I recognize you.
Got no place to go but do the people work. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening again to all in the audience. And I must say, I continue to be enlightened to hearing all the Virgin Islanders that are speaking on behalf, either for or against. And I do appreciate Dr. Sewer's testimony. Again, someone that's in support, but not in the angle of trading land. And that seems to be the biggest issue here, us trading this land in order to get this school done. I do appreciate our testimonies on the failures in the Senate of a measure that would have passed, that would have gave us this opportunity to have that school a long time ago. I also appreciate hearing from former Senator Wesselhoff. But
1 minute.
Most of your passion was against the park. And I want to ask Wesselhoff a question because you spoke about Caneel Bay. I want to for you to clarify something for me with Caneel Bay. Are you undertaking that the park should fix back Caneel Bay? Former Senator Wesselhoff?
My position is the park needs to give back to the people of St. John so that people could continue to live and live freely. Yes,
30 seconds.
Caneel Bay needs to be rebuilt. I think one of the options that the park have was for Caneel Bay to use Caneel Bay as a parking hub to shuttle people to the various beaches. That's not economically sound for the people of St. John. Yes, I think Caneel Bay needs to be rebuilt.
Oh, you think it should be rebuilt? But I was asking you, are you saying that you think the park should rebuild Caneel Bay?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, just wanted to be sure about it. Go ahead, sorry.
I'll have it rebuilt.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you at all.
They should allow the former leaseholders or someone else to rebuild Caneel Bay, not for the other uses that were on the table.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your clarification of that, and I think that's the direction that we should go with Caneel Bay. It's an opportunity for employment and whatnot. However, today what we're discussing is mainly the school, and we must come to some concession. And I do support my colleague that many times the legislature is left at trying to be a Monday night quarterback to make decision and timely decision. And the question I will always remain to ask, how much longer do we wait to do this school? How much longer do we push back? And that's why I'm so appreciative of all the different sides of this coin. At the end, some decision must be made about the school. And we definitely have to be very cautious as to how we proceed with just trading off our land. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, and get home safe.
I'm going to please now.
I wanted to ask the three individuals in the testifier, are you opposed to any land swap or this particular parcel of land that's being proposed here? Mr. Silverman?
I would support a swap of submerged land as an alternative to a swap of fast land.
Yes, sir. Ms. Wesselhoff, former senator.
I agree with David Silverman, but I'm asking that you explore the other options. No exchange is the route I'm going.
Dr. Sewell?
I would support a swap in the instances where private entities donate the land for the swap.
Very well. And have any of you actually, when was the last time, or have you visited Whistling Key? Mr. Silverman?
I was there on a dive excursion quite a few years ago.
I have not visited Whistling Key. I've passed by Whistling Key many times, but I've listened to the senator say it's a bunch of rocks. It's this. It could be a lot of rocks. It could be non-farmland, non-buildable. The point is the principle of the thing. It belongs to the people of these islands. It shouldn't be exchanged or swapped.
Sure. Dr. Sewell?
I would say that I have passed by Whistling Key also on someone's, a family member's boat on boating excursions. But I do also want to emphasize the fact that it is incredibly important for young Virgin Islanders and St. Johnnians in particular to be able to have a school. And so I do want to firmly urge us all to exhaust all of our possibilities in exploring the possibility of establishing a school.
Thank you. Senator Carrion, in the nick of time, you recognize you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard you responding to the chair's question in regards to opposing a swap. And I'm hearing the argument in regards to allowing Whistling Key to remain as property of the people. Do you have any concerns that the community will not be allowed, St. Johnnians or anyone won't be allowed to go on Whistling Cay?
My personal concern has to do with the dominion of the National Park Service over the waters. Not my personal concern is the power which the National Park Service has to control the usage of all of the national park waters, not just Whistling Key.
1 minute.
And so I know there are instances where traditional fishing methods have not been allowed in national park waters. I don't know what other regulations might happen in the future, but that is a concern of mine.
Senator?
No, I echo David Silverman's sentiments. Yes, I'm concerned that we wouldn't be able to use Whistling Key. When the governor first spoke about the swap, that was the first thing I said to him. I think they want to continue to control the water rights.
30 seconds.
Now I'm learning they already have the water rights. So why are you telling us that we have the water rights? So something is not adding up right now. And like Mr. Silverman said, fishing for us mightn't be their rule of fishing. We mightn't be able to throw a line or throw a fish pot, but we might be able to just pass through with a troll and catch a fish. So yes, I'm concerned that we will not be able to use it.
Time.
May I add to this?
As you, Mr. Christopher?
Yes.
Yeah, you may weigh in.
The issue here is that, again, the legislature have to know what the laws are. And once you know what the laws are, you will have clarity. Mr. Silverman is suggesting that you give up underwater submerged land rights. What's the difference between submerged and land rights? You're still giving up a right. And you have to be careful when people say these things, because if you're not a geologist, you don't know what the value of these things is, considering the recent discoveries surrounding the waters of the VI. So it is charged for the Virgin Islands legislature right now to know these laws so that we don't assume or presume what the land rights are and what this issue is. There's no rush. If you know what the land rights are, people cannot abuse you in your ignorance.
What you have information?
I got an interruption, I'm sorry.
Oh, you concluded your thought?
I was trying to, but I got interrupted. I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to say basically is that the 35th legislature, you have to know that you know what the laws are. You cannot be presuming anything. You have to know what it is. You can't listen to people who's going to tell you that they know what it is. Seek your legal counsel. Do the necessary research to know what this issue is. It is not whether or not you have a school. If you don't have a school, it's whether or not you know what the laws are. This all has to do with laws.
Thank you. We're coming to you, Senator James. Let the testifier just complete this thought, and I will come to you.
Okay.
That's all right. Senator James, you recognize your point of information.
Actually, I was agreeing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was agreeing with Mr. Christopher.
that he is correct when he says that you do need to have the information. And I say that because I was surprised that Mr. Silverman said that we should give up title to submerged land, because when you grant title to submerged land, you're granting title to natural resources located within the coastal submerged lands. So Mr. Christopher was completely correct. Then it would limit our fishing activity and any activities above the water in those areas of submerged land that we granted. So I was agreeing with him. I'm sorry that I interrupted you, Mr. Christopher, but I immediately when you said that, I agreed with you.
Very well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Volquez. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I listened and I asked myself, when were some of these alternatives expressed, as it's the first time that I've heard a few of them. And out of curiosity, did anyone reach out to the executive branch during deliberations to provide these alternatives to them?
I can respond. I first reached out when the proposal for the swap of Whistling Key was put out for public notice, and public was asked to comment on it. And at that point, I considered what I thought was a viable alternative that did not involve the swap of fast land. I wrote that up. I submitted it to the National Park Service, who was conducting the NEPA review.
1
and
minute.
At the same time, I published it in the Daily News, and I also sent it to Government House. I was also told by the park superintendent that one of the reasons that they were not able to consider it was never offered by the governor.
Anyone else on the panel submitted information to the executive branch during deliberations?
30 seconds.
Yes, I did. Ida Smith.
Please
I
proceed.
submitted documentation and a proposal to the Secretary of the Interior offering lands in Johns Folly, the Coral Bay area, for a school for $1. My family and I are willing to do a reverse commute for the children. Let them come out to Coral Bay and they can have a school.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, I wrap up. Thank you. I guess at this point, I'm putting out a points bulletin. I suppose if you have 11 acres outside of a tsunami zone and has simple topography that can be utilized to facilitate the construction of a state-of-the-art school for our children, you need to hurry up and come, right? But the fact is, we have something before us, and that's what we're deliberating right now. However, I still believe that this is the 11th hour, and we really need to work fast if we're going to do anything about it. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
May I add something, please?
Yeah, you may, Mr. Christopher, real quickly.
Mr. Balkes, there is no such thing as the 11th hour when you're in ignorance of what the laws are. Whatever time it takes for this body to know what the laws are, you can respond intelligently. You cannot respond in any 11th hour on an issue that you have no clue what the laws are. You have to know the laws. What time is it going to take for you to know the laws to accomplish this? There's no rush issue in this. The only rush is in your ignorance. People will abuse you. It is time for the legislature to stop being presumptuous with laws and use the legal counsel that you have so that you can have clarity in what the laws are, so that you don't say, well, you didn't know that these things occurred. You didn't know this, you didn't know that. It's obvious there's a lot of things you didn't know. And in the process, the Department of the Interior is proving to you that they consider you to be insular because they wasn't even respectful enough to be here tonight. That says something. So there's no rush and there's no 11th hour, because whether it's next week or next year, the process is not going to go away. There's no rush to this. We know that the children are deserving of a school. It should have been done 50 years ago. Why didn't it? Why must it have to be done now in ignorance of you, the legislative body, not knowing what these laws are?
Thank you, Mr. Christopher. At this time, Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Ms. So you had a way. One
Yes.
second, Senator James.
I want to respond by saying that many of the alternatives that were discussed here tonight were a matter of public record and that they were discussed often in town halls that took place on St. John, where members of the public attended and discussed and proposed these alternatives. And so specifically, the Friends of the Park offer was initially offered in 2008. It was stated again in 2017 at a town hall hosted by our Congresswoman, Stacey Plaskett.
Thank you for putting that information on the record. Senator James, you recognize for your 2 minutes. Senator Maurice James.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Francis. I just want to thank all the people who came tonight to testify, to give their perspective and also to give information that they give. My focus is totally on the education of the children of St. John. And for me, it's by any means necessary at this point. But I will do my homework and I will look at odds and I will look at all the hearings and get as much information as I can. And I understand my colleague from the at-large colleague when he says he put out an all points bulletin, put it on a table. Let's see what's out there. I understand what he's saying by asking for as much information, but I want to thank everyone. For me, education is the foundation of all our social, cultural, economic, political ambitions. That's it for me. Thank you and good night. Everyone have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator James, for weighing in on this subject matter. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Diane Capehart. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good night to everyone. First, I'd like to thank the testifiers in this block for your passionate testimony tonight. It did have me thinking about what I first said in my opening statement today when I was asked that you would be voting on a land swap, and I said, let a national park service give the people of St. John that land for their school. But why your arguments are valid against the land swap? I'm going to join my colleague. Anyone who has 11 acres, you're land rich, you have, step up to the plate now.
1 minute.
So we could keep Whistling Key. I would be in full support of that. But the alternatives that we talk about tonight that was stated may never materialize in our lifetime. But there's an option now for our children that need a school now. So again, I ask anyone who have land,
30
step up to
seconds.
the plate. Say, I have land. I even want to sell the land to the VI government. This is how much I want to sell the land for. But now, do we have what options we have? And I said earlier, we are in this position and we have to make tough decisions that may not be favorable to some. But for me, I'm thinking about them cheering.
Time.
And that's where it's hard. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next will come to Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm keeping some tallies here. And for this group, we have all who are against the land swap. We have 5 testifiers in person who are against the land swap. And 2 virtual. So total of 5 testifiers, 3 in person and 2 virtually. And then we also had, I believe, 3 testimonies read into the record. I just want to say that this is really one of the possible major decisions we're going to make in the next couple of weeks, in the next week. And we really need to get all of the information on hand. I appreciate all of you being here. One of the things I know St. John has struggled with, because we've had some homeownership developments over the years, Calabash Boom and the one at Bellevue as well. You have a big struggle between homeownership and the school over the years. But this is the first that I'm hearing that there were alternatives that were placed on the record and
30
that
seconds.
wasn't explored. And the question arises, what caused that not to be explored as a viable solution? What caused that? What were some of the intricate details that evolved there? And I would like to understand it so we could make a decision. I just want to thank all of you for being here. I really appreciate your being here. I have the children at heart. It's very important for them to be educated. And that level of hardship we really need to address. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. Good evening.
Before I go to you, you had a point that you wanted to make? You go ahead.
Good evening. Quickly, just point of information. I do agree with my colleagues about putting out an all points bulletin because I too would like to get all the information on the alternatives, but I just want to make one quick note. I am not looking for 11 acres. 7 will be fine because when it comes to the national park, they said we couldn't use the rest. So 7 is okay with me. Thank you. My office number is 340-693-3600. Please share any alternative with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. Very enlightening. I must say that I know during Dr. Olasi's testimony, I spoke to legal counsel in respect to some of his comments, and it was basically doing our due diligence, and I look forward to getting that information back from legal counsel and also doing some more research with my team in respect to many of the information that came forward this late in the evening. But nonetheless, it's part of the process. I appreciate the contribution. I look forward to seeing the process through. And I want to thank you guys again for your testimony, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, and I too want to really thank this group number 2 for your testimony and your forthrightness and your position that you have taken in this particular matter. Again, you're the one that have lived this situation for quite some time, and obviously, you see some light at the end of the tunnel, where you believe that there could be some movement in terms of negotiation here. As a Senate body, we don't have the authority, as you know, former Senator Wesselhoff, we don't have the ability to negotiate on behalf of the government. We have a responsibility to ratify, vote it up or down. All right, and so a lot of the alternatives that I'm hearing here today, this issue has not been an issue. The issue of a school in St. John is not an issue that just popped up overnight. It's been around for quite some time. I started coming to St. John in my capacity as territorial chief of police back in 1997.
1 minute.
And, this had been a discussion for quite some time, during that whole period of time. So, whatever needs to be done, and I continue to say, what side of history are we going to be on, when we make this final decision moving forward. All right. So thank you very much for being here. I'll allow for each of you to give a 30-second wrap up, on this matter. But to me, when I think about this again, as we think about the children, it's better to have a bird in the hand than 2 on the fence. Dr. Sewell, you want to wrap?
In conclusion, I'll say that I'm often deeply frustrated by the way that we frame this conversation as being for a school or against a school, or for the land swap or against the land swap, because I think that we should really prioritize our common interest, which are, of course, the children of St. John, who deserve a quality school that does not require us and our children to take the ferry over to St. Thomas every day. And so with that being said, I do think that we ought to explore our options, not as people who are on two different sides of the fence, but as one community that will have to live with the outcome of our decisions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sewell. You're one of the brilliant minds, the young brilliant minds around here that will have to make some of those tough decisions and change in this community. Former Senator Wesselhoff.
I'd just like to say thank you once again for coming and having this meeting on St. John. But I would still like to urge the members of this body to take under consideration some of the testimonies that they have heard tonight. I know some of you came with your minds already made up which side of the fence you're going to go on, but after this meeting tonight, I hope you do your due diligence and really listen to some of the real concerns that we have. Thank you.
I think that the honest truth is for everybody that sits around us, I mean, it's tough. It's really a hard decision to make. I mean, when you listen to these testimonies and the passion in everybody's testimony here, you have to give you reason for pause. You have to give you reason for reconsideration. So we'll see what happens there. Mr. Silverman, closing.
Thank you. I would like to respond to the Senator at Large's request for all points bulletin for options. You, the government of the Virgin Islands, are the trustees of thousands of acres of submerged land, not 7 acres, thousands of acres. That land has value to the national park. You are in a position to create a viable swap option, which does not involve the transfer of fast land owned by St. John. Second thing, I would like to say that I speak as an ally of St. Johnians, and I will stand behind whatever decision my friends and neighbors who are St. Johnians come to.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Christopher?
Yes, again, back to the fact that if you don't know laws, you can't presume anything. And if we know the laws, we would know the simple answers that would have already been in school. The issue now is the sad thing is that you're proving the Department of Interior when they refer to the Virgin Islands as insular people that don't know Anglo-Saxon law. Because if you did know the law, you wouldn't have to be considering whether or not the federal government or national park have jurisdiction or authority over a school being built. Be for real, people. Show integrity, show intelligence, know the laws, and you don't have to put yourself in a position of servitude, of asking whether or not this should be done, and if this doesn't done, a school is not going to be built. That's foolishness. Come on. Know the laws. Once you know what it is, there is no jurisdiction. The federal government cannot control. They don't own these lands. They manage it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher. Again, Ms. Smith, 30
Yes.
seconds.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to say that land patents are the highest evidence of title, and the native Virgin Islanders possess land patents, and we love our children. They are our future. So of course, we're willing to provide an educational space of a school for them. And the Myers, Matthias, Benjamin families are willing to do that in the Coral Bay area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to each and every one of you that have remained and stayed in the paint with us this evening for almost 7 hours, being here as we discuss this very important issue. And continue to reach out to your senators, provide any additional information that you may have. Again, I want to thank my colleagues, get back and get home safe. We do have a hearing tomorrow morning, government and operation in the District of St. Croix. So again, I'll see you then. And I want to thank the entire central staff, our reporters, legal counsel, security, everyone, Ms. Williams, and my staff. I thank each and every one for all that you have done. And as well as good evening. Thank you for joining us. You're a little bit late. I ain't gonna hold it against you.
Good night.
Have a good night and be safe. God bless each and every one of you. this meeting at